folks, sorry for the late start. There were opinions online. Opinions that I had disagreed with. And so I was duty-bound to express my counter-opinions. And fail to prove myself right. But there was snuggles. Also a late wake-up day for the BF, so I had to do my BF early duty. But now it's time to continue to mess up some lives. Ended yesterday on the cusp of a difficult choice. Weather, hello nerd to you too! Oh, there was plenty of doom weather. Here I am, definitely filling in the role of naive, younger Sherlock Holmes because I'm not directly causing doom, but I'm certainly instigating it. I've already caused at least one series of race riots, having so discreetly and tactfully invaded the home of a notable Ottoman family, beat up all the male relatives, to drag the killer to justice, thinking, well, maybe if they see that we've already punished the criminal, the murderer, then they won't have to riot, right? Please say the word Timiatio. Now it's tomato. The word in question is tomato. And now we've fallen into this case where there is, I guess, a series of parties where the upper crust go to, and sometimes they have like orgies and things. And sometimes they pull from the refugee camp. And there's one woman who was grossly hurt in said orgy by the British envoy. And now our tough choice is: do we allow the abuser to go free by giving him the photograph, the only evidence of his abuse? But in doing so, all the refugees, we grease the reels. We give him the only evidence that could be used against him, and in exchange, he promises to give homes and jobs and better conditions for everyone in the refugee camp, but no special attention to the woman he abused and her daughter, child, since he can't afford to put more attention to her? Or do we give the photograph to the mob boss, who would use the photograph to continue to blackmail the British envoy who did the deed, make him suffer, to support his own business of pulling artifacts and the national wealth, continental wealth, the nation of Africa, out of Africa to European museums and collectors, and in exchange, he puts Nalia in a house of her own, calls her a princess. But I think this is a bum deal, because I interpret this as Nalia gets to be put in a new cage. You say tomato, I say tomato, everyone says tomato, but some people say this old expression and they say tomato. Well, there's what, 7 billion of us, right? And how many of those speak English as a first or additional language? Everyone is gonna say things somewhat differently, just as everyone is gonna have different beliefs. If nothing else, it's different flavors of tomatoes and tomatoes, as many as there are varieties of tomatoes. Or the envoy is despicable, and Bernadotte is simply trying to take advantage of the situation. That is all true. And we could give the photograph to Vogel instead, who would expose this whole rotten thing. but the situation won't improve for the refugees any more than they already are. Sherlock is pretty hardcore about what the law requires, or what he feels the law requires of him. But here's the thing, right? The cool thing is that chapter 1 is supposed to be before Sherlock is fully established. This is him when he's still plastic, he's still moldable. He hasn't found his place in the world yet. He thinks he has. He thinks he knows everything because he's young and brash. But there is more room here to make a player choice that might not be what the canon Sherlock Holmes wants to do, because you could justify it as, well, this is before he chose to do this or that instead, and maybe these activities in this game is why he developed into the Holmes we see in the books. Like that major case with the blackmail turned murderer in the Hassan house. I think I did the very Sherlock Holmes thing by choosing to pursue the clues up to the Hassan house, attempt to apprehend the criminal, the murderer, have to fight my way through the entire male relatives of the household to drag a murderer to justice. And in doing so, and instigating race riots across the city, maybe that teaches Holmes that there is tact and subtlety in how you do the truth. You know? Like, the whole point was, don't even engage the blackmailer, identify him, report back to Mycroft's person. Maybe the better thing would have been, okay, we know who the killer is, report back, let Mycroft take it from here. We'll pursue justice in a subtle diplomatic way. I don't know, I never read the books. But there's room for Holmes to make mistakes, and you could always say it is because he made mistakes that his character develops. He'd not give up blackmail material if he felt the only way he'd use him. If he felt it was the only way he'd use him himself, or so I feel. So do you think, Wither? My feeling is that the only two good options for me is I give the blackmail material to Vogel so that Vogel could... he's got no stake in this, right? He's not abusing anyone. He's got a gallery, he's got connections. He can make this whole thing public. So my thinking is either make this whole thing public, which won't help the refugees at all, but it won't hurt them either, I don't think. Or return the blackmail material to the envoy, the wicked man who did the deed, under the promise that he does uplift the refugees. And you were testing a game. A very romantic scene, power out, candles, loud rain, I love it already. Pretty good rain loop. I love a good loop, man. Even more than rain. No. Rain's pretty OP. Just behind rain. And fairly convincing wet body snuggling. Oh. So, what I'm getting so far is that the audio direction of this game is already fantastic. Good loops, convincing, wet ham slapped together. What I think I'll do in the meantime, though, is go talk to Vogel. Because this has a talk to someone symbol, this has a talk to someone symbol, but we haven't spoken to Vogel yet. You fell asleep out like a light. I mean, rain is good sound. There's a reason I love rain. Oh my goodness, this mouse has got all jittery jankery again after yesterday. That's actually really cute that there you are, testing what I assume is a bit of a salacious game. But the rain is so good that it just lulls you off. Whether you have just sold that game to me. I want to experience this rain ASMR now. It's been wetter here, which is fantastic. I love me a wet winter. But it hasn't like hard rained since that one storm we had a while back.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
Give him the photo. Oh, we can't talk to him? We can only give him the photo or leave. Dang! So I guess it is down to then. Do we reveal the truth? Or do we help the refugees? Man, I envy snow winters. The winter I spent in England was magical. GF was all like, don't come here, it just gets muddy. But you know what? We got to go about in snow with like cute winter clothes and scarves. It was magical, I loved it. Went up to Scotland to go to Loch Lomond, and it was too snowy and stormy, so we couldn't go to the boats after all. But it was great, I love me a good snow. Every time I see people on Twitter, be it my Winnipeg contacts or people in Montreal or wherever else in the world they are, talk about snow, I want to impose a tax where if they want to talk about snow, they have to produce a little bit for me. Just a little bit, you know, a few flakes. If everyone who talks about snow on Twitter contributes some, I might get to enjoy some here. You're at negative 16 degrees? Man, I don't know if that's Fahrenheit or Celsius, but either way, that is gorgeous. Oh, don't know what that is in freedom degrees. Celsius? Negative 16 Celsius? That's gorgeous? It's kind of funny that I mention maybe doing a snow tax, because in Saipan, right, in the Northern Marianas, smack dab in the West Pacific, it doesn't snow. But when they used to have them all, we'd have a winter festival. I never went, sadly. But they had a winter festival where Japan would ship in snow from Hokkaido, and us little island folk would get to, like, make snowmen for a snowman contest. I wish I went.
Not yet, Mr. Vogel.
Kind of a shame, though. What if I highlight... Give Bernadotte the photograph, blackmail the British envoy, he'll obtain a home and legal citizenship for just the abused refugee, claims himself guilty, proposes a deal, bring him the photograph, will help the refugees, or Vogel to make it public. You know what's another angle that makes it difficult for me? Is that so far, our culprits have been people of color. What was he, Ethiopian seance guy, the medium? Polly seemed local. She had like a good bronze on her. And so, among the suspects, the white ones have either been innocent or the suspects I didn't choose. And here we have found the person who is guilty. And I could choose to let him go so long as he helps people. And, you know, that's conflicting to me. An actual objective, white guilty party. But he is of a position of power where we could actually help out if we blackmail him, and he could walk free. So many angles to this. Not guilty until they've been convicted. Well, he admits he's guilty though. He admits to it. He calls himself guilty. Maybe it's a semantic thing. Let's call him the party that did it then. We have the party that did it. He admits he did it. See, I'm a layman, so I'm going to use the language of the layman. Culprit? I guess culprit is. I could use a vote feature. Mason, you want to vote? Okay, so... What I'm definitely not going to do is give Bernadotte the photograph, because all Bernadotte is going to do, he will lean on the envoy and make him suffer, but Bernadotte already benefits in a huge way from City Hall. He's got bribes and kickbacks going already, and so his smuggling operation to drain Africa of its cultural wealth is already very happy, and will only be even happier if he gets the material, and only one person gets helped. So Bernadotte is not going to happen. So what it comes down to for me is either blow this whole thing open. The refugees won't get any ease in what they're going through. They'll continue their status quo. They're not going to get pushed into the ocean because the guy in City Hall actually cares, even if he is a bit of a useless pencil pusher when it comes to the real world stuff on the ground. But he does try to help out. They're not getting sent away. But whether they stay in Cordona, continue on to Europe, is going to be a bureaucratic process, right? But they're there, they have a place, they have someone looking out for them. So the refugee situation won't improve, but it probably won't degrade. It'll just maintain as is. But the envoy will be exposed, lose his position, be publicly shamed. The queen will be very upset. She gives him the Order of the Bath, and this is how he presents himself in the public. Or we allow him to go free. We give him the blackmail material. Nalia's abuser will not be brought to justice. But the refugees will be granted easier process. They'll be given places to be. Hey, crab boy. Should not blow the culprit. Sends a very wrong message. What does blow mean in this case? Because that's very loose word too. Blow as in to lose something? Or I'm going to initiate voting. These are the two options. Expose the crime and maintain the status quo for the refugees. Or given the blackmail material, let this be covered up. But in exchange, we get to help out all the refugees. 40 seconds to vote. Well, unless you're on mobile. Sorry, Eduardo, yesterday. Smaller evil for the greater good, or no mercy? What? Is the overlay not working? I'm still seeing 0%, 0%. I see votes on my end. Yeah, I got the buttons. So the buttons do work, now that we know how they work. The law has no value beyond which it gains for consistency. Well, the cool thing is, right, that for the voting stuff, it doesn't give votes for things that have strict consequence. Because like this, right, you could switch the conclusion anytime you want. Even if I go with it, I could always go back and change my mind. This whole thing is more to like guide my thinking. Like a lot of these are obvious, but sometimes actually does put things together and it helps you make choices. So the voting is to like decide on a conclusion that you could change your mind on. Or for character profiles, which only do, oh, you guessed correctly, how clever, or, oh, you don't know me at all, only got it half right. Well, if you got nothing, guess you could vote in chat then, huh? I think it kind of makes it easier to go with merciless justice because while letting him go free, will improve the situations of the refugees, which is a great thing. You don't hurt them by going with the justice, you just maintain status quo. And refugees get what refugees have to go through, which is sitting in a camp and awaiting the cogs of bureaucracy. Corruption begets corruption? That's a good point. And you gotta consider, you gotta do it for Nalia too. Whole point is to bring her abuser to justice. So what it would be nice to get everyone jobs, citizenship, and a place to be. I'm not sure if Nalia will like that the cost of that is the crime committed against her. This you've never seen. Oh, visual novel, yeah? Do tell me. Alright, I'm gonna tell Vogel. We're still at Vogel's place, right? Okay, Vogel. This whole thing started as a theft and vandalism from your gallery, and so it shall end with the client getting the photograph, under the condition that you expose
Mr.
this whole sort of
Holmes,
affair.
you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
Special font and cut in the name, words under it, standard stuff, having wine, person pouring, and then I'll give him the
I've
photo.
brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
Beef is dead. Mercurio is dead. Also, if I go this route, right, there is the added benefit that we're exposing that the British envoy is a debaucherer that abuses kidnapped immigrant women, refugee women even. And so this is going to erode the colonial control on the island. Preliminaries Exquise 2020. Wait. Oh, the wine bottle itself gets line of dialogue. That is pretty funny. I'm used to, like, sound effects written out, right? But not given the inanimate source. Well, first Mercurio is dead, I'm afraid.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He wasn't happy,
He was
no.
not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Also
Oh,
dead.
sweet Mercurio, perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor.
And the thief, also. And then beyond the thief.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
Huh, he's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. Warren presumes you were not responsible.
Not this time,
It was an
no.
accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
Also, I have really got to shave. Like, normally I shave once a week, but I've been lapsing, and it is getting out of control. I'm not comfortable with facial hair. It doesn't look good on me. Dude, Wither, I know, right? This Vogel Werner thing. His name was Vogel Werner. Name me a more evil name. Name a Werner. He intimately knows Holmes and his ways. He wants to play a game with Holmes. This guy is going to be, like, the big bad of the game by the end.
I found the painting, but I could not retrieve it.
Well then, where is it?
In Bernadotti's office.
Bernadotti? That shady businessman? Why would he steal it from me?
Nah,
I'm
nah, Wither.
afraid you'll have to ask him yourself.
Let's not badmouth
I
Beelzebub.
take it you found something more then.
I found the source of Mercurio's artistic inspiration. A photograph. What troubled me was that the sexual act captured was non-consensual.
She was violated? Dear God, how despicable.
Her abuser was in fact the British envoy. Mercurio took a picture of him committing the atrocity and then used it as artistic inspiration.
And
I had
leverage for
no
blackmail.
idea a mere break-in would eventually expose such barbarity.
Mr. Vogel, I want you to make everything public, including the photograph. I'm sure you have a connection at the Cordona Chronicle.
Which we
Ah,
do
Mr.
too, let's be
Holmes.
fair.
Loyal to your own truth till the end. Yes, I'm acquainted with the staff of the Chronicle. The story is sensational, and will surely draw attention to the gallery.
All we care
But
about
you must
here-
be aware that exposing the scandal will further hurt the victim. Does that not bother you?
Oh, that is...
No matter what one does, the truth tends to come out, as well it should. I won't be the one to stand in its way.
Though it's only your subjective truth being exposed. Not that I'm judging.
This
It's
might hurt
perfectly
Nalia.
reasonable for everyone to have their own views.
When you called me, you knew exactly what you would get.
Oh, but I'm not like you, Mr. Holmes. I cannot be sure of anything. Regardless, I must thank you, for art's sake. Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the liberty of having it delivered to Stonewood Manor. I am told it belonged to your mother.
A thing of our mothers? What? See, I was worried that one of the options might be retaliation against Nalia, but I was worried that giving the photograph to the envoy might do that. He was saying, right, that he'll uplift the refugees, but he can't give any special treatment to Nalia specifically, because doing that would give a special attention to her. But the other side of that is that Nalia is also existing evidence. And if we give him the photograph, and then Nalia disappears, then that makes him more secure, right? So I was especially worried about taking that offer, because maybe he might go after her to hush things up. This whole thing was too disastrous to him. But now I'm worried.
And what exactly have you sent me?
Frankly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I trust you'll know.
This does feel like the kind of game where whatever decision you make, someone is going to get hurt. I think the only decision so far that wouldn't have hurt anyone is the initial tutorial case, where you could find the true criminal but then help him escape because of the circumstances, and then hooray, he goes free. And the elephant one, where both culprits, both suspects, are really ambiguous. They both have the exact same window of opportunity and motive, but there is more evidence leaning towards Polly. But you could say it was the elephant, but don't execute the elephant, just rehome it. And let everyone have a happy ending. But this one, I feel like someone was going to get hurt no matter what you choose. Oh, Wither. I don't know, Wither. Vogel does seem like he might be at the right age for that. But we've seen Mom be loyal to Dad already, in the case of one friend, so I'm not sure that Mom and Vogel was a thing. But they might have known each other.
Previously, you mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear. I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was
Hey, Hon.
unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot imagine what you're feeling.
I'm fine.
Oh. You know what? I think he's only fine because John's here. I think what we have to do by end of game is kill John and come to terms with all of our hard feelings.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
I got 80 bucks. I could buy 1 piece of furniture or 2.5 clothes. I'm not gonna stop cutting them bucks. It's too fun to say. So we have officially retired that case. A package from Vogel. A gift for me that once belonged to my family. Delivered to the front door of the manor. Well, if I'm going home anyway, should I buy more furniture? The luxury furniture trader. There's new news. Oh no, that's a chronicle. But there probably is new news too. But the chronicle has work. Mew mew.
Mew mew.
Nothing new at the cheap antique trader. Nothing new at the other cheap antique trader. I guess they share inventory, don't they? Since the music box was sold at both places. Oriental furniture. Is rug mostly. Garden or art. Now, let's see what local furniture we got. Ah, what do we eye? So, furniture
Oriental.
dealer.
Merhaba. It's a
Mahabandi.
good day for a purchase.
You know, I was thinking this the other day, this morning, but I spoke a lot about how much I abhorred the Hitman 2016 and onward approach to foreign languages, especially 2016. 2016 was the worst, but I actually like how they do it here, with Cordona being a very cosmopolitan place. It's got its history, being in the Mediterranean of like Ottoman occupation, Hospitaller, Venetian, and so between history and current human movements, you got like people of various African descents, people from across the Ottoman Empire, be it the Balkans or further in the Middle East. You have Europeans of various flavors, Brits, and they've all got appropriate accents. I don't know like the scope of Frogwares as a company. I know they have an impressive website and they make a pretty decent mechanical game. But I really appreciate that they take the extra effort of making people sound appropriate. Because I really, really hated the Marrakesh level in Hitman 2016, and you had the whitest Ahlan voice from the shopkeepers, and you have like a lieutenant or something who looks local. He's all dark skinned, but he sounds like he's from a 1960s American movie with his "do ho ho ho." Who did you have to salute to get this position? You know, like at least make the effort, and these guys do, and I like that. Wither. Oh, Wither, you didn't know. There are books at Heaven's Vault, yes. And they pretty much went like hotcakes. The first day that they launched the order forms, you know, they were booked. The book selling was booked. Their financial stuff was like, hey, is this a scam going on? What's going on here? People who ordered on day one already got their books like last week or so. I ordered on day 2, and so it's taken a while, but it's finally coming to me. It's en route. It is currently sailing the rivers of the nebula over the Atlantic. But yeah, get yourself a copy. A genius scene in the Wandering Inn? Do go on. Gotta spend my hard-earned bucks on a dressing screen.
May your purchase bring you joy.
And as far as this being an era when Oriental was acceptable for East and Southeast Asia, it kind of depends. These days, it's more like it's inappropriate to describe the people as Oriental. But things is still okay, like stores run by Korean or Chinese people selling pan-Asian goods often call their wares or their stores like Oriental markets. Certain packages of Sapporo Ichiban ramen might call themselves Oriental flavor. So things
Come, take a look at our
seem
clothes and
acceptable
accessories.
still, but people less so.
Landscapes and portrait. My goods will brighten up your house.
A major character who's a local, but hearing of the Outworlder talking about coffee, meets a new Outworlder who knew what coffee looks like before it's roasted. I set out 96 bucks, so I think I'd buy both. The Cordona landscape and the map.
Enjoy your purchase.
Bedroom Redux has been done. Some more memories available.
Tired of your garden view? My goods will brighten up your house.
And I guess I'll buy the David and Goliath statue honoring the terrifying power of short people. Unbeknownst to anyone themselves, 2 juvenile dragons were present and tried coffee. Oh no. Is this how they get, like, that
Enjoy
one
your
coffee that
purchase.
has to go through bird poop? But it roasts in the internal systems of the dragon, and so you get really advanced poop coffee? A vibrating dragon. Speaking rapidly. You know, I do love a good coffee gag. When it turns the speaker into... Where's my house? Wait, am I too far? That's old ruins. There are old ruins on the map. Not Fortress of the Holy Spirit ruins, but capital O-R old ruins. Where'd I go to? Old ruins? Where's my house? My house is here. But old ruins. Hold on while I'm here. Because this one, right? East from the old ruins. Guards the ancients until the end. Okay, where's the ruins? I gotta go there. I thought everything was gonna be in the old city, but I guess it's Pan Cordona. Oh, and they already get a tolerance to coffee. So like, wait a minute, where's that music coming from? Forgot that's a ringtone for like half a second. The phone is ringing. Hello, a shovel, and a skull with a cross. Okay, old ruins. I still don't know the arc made of stone though. Maybe there's a natural formation? East from the old ruins probably doesn't mean the map marker, since how would the pirate know about where things are marked on my map? And guards the ancients. Same chapter, a street gang after the main person present who's barmaid, working at the inn, and also a princess because it's like that. Okay, let me see. Old ruins. East from the old ruins. Guards the ancients until the end. I don't think any of these count as arcs made of stone. Mason, please don't push the desk. You're gonna discombobulate the camera. Love you too, but... There's a balloon. Guards the ancients. The lighthouse guard stuff. Well, that's to the south. East from the old ruins. Guards the ancients. There's a ship. Oh, this is an arch made of stone. And the stash is somewhere here then, right? Guards the ancient... Oh wait, hold on. No, this is the arch made of stone, right? No, saying stash. Wait, hold on. Seeking an arc made of stone. So is arc made of stone not the first step? Head east from the old ruins to the arc made of stone. Guards the ancients. There's John enjoying his sit down. Is this it? Movable. It's a rock. What rock isn't? For hit number 3. Last riddle. But she has 2 guys with her from a gang up north. They owe her, and are higher up than most. Can't really guard her. Suppose to start attacking their interests. Safe houses, drug labs, and all that, and then... Oh, don't tell me that they all level up from all this. A professional might hit 30, and they're in their mid-level 40s. Thug and thief. So you get like epic level thievery. Why does that remind me of Seiken Densetsu for some reason? Just because that's Sirius's job evolution and thieves. The last riddle. With old ruins beneath its feet, find a tree that treasures keep. You may find only one small detail, but that doesn't mean that you have failed.
I always admire the way you notice such details.
In such moments, I often recall Mother's voice teaching us of the importance of the smaller details. The world hangs on small hinges, John.
Even the most chaotic miracle becomes sequential when you take a closer look. I remember.
Well, I don't know about keeping an eye for small details. That's more me accidentally choosing the wrong map icon going home. And then by chance, there we are. Thief is good enough to steal message spells out of the air. Thug has a club and beats people terribly. The gentlemen callers, and they wear hats. How was that? The present. Where is
Garden's
my
much
David?
prettier, don't you think? I bet the memories are all flooding back now.
David and Goliath statue. Where did you go? And more memories in the garden for decking it out. Going to leave the conspicuous box for last, of course. There's the elephant from that one elephant case. There's my David.
My mother liked the story of David and Goliath. She said it doesn't matter how small you are, you can always overcome any obstacle.
There you go, Mason C.
My mother liked the story of David and Goliath. She said it doesn't matter how small you are, you can always overcome any obstacle.
John did say memories flooding back, but I don't see any outside. They take their hats off. The signal they're giving no quarter.
Just look at this thing. It's huge.
Alright, let's go see what Vogel sent us. Oh, it's a mermaid. At first, I didn't see the tail, right? I thought, what? He sent a skeleton. He said this belonged to Mom. This isn't Mom's skeleton, is it? But no, Mom was not a mermaid.
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
Oddly familiar. Is this Mom? A view from the outside. So, downstairs maybe? The Mom of a study? Full of knickknacks, artifacts, lots of doggy bones.
Did you just remember something?
Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts. I think I can find it in the manor.
Sherlock. So,
Mycroft.
you continue to pursue
And
the
it's suddenly
imaginary.
nighttime.
I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Is Mycroft
Mycroft.
imaginary too?
What are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
Oh, so we're not squatting
No
instead of the
interest
family?
in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge
It's
this
too to
petulant
pursue my
tantrum.
crotch.
You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Also,
Just
what's
tell
Mycroft
me
complaining
everything.
about? He's been giving us
I'm an
jobs here
adult
too.
now.
We're his agent,
Show
apparently.
me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means.
Is that to say that I should
After
have
leaving
helped the
Cordona,
refugees
Sherlock,
out?
You had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified.
Huh?
Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock.
He
It
could
was a
shield
white
the
lie
truth
which
from the
has as
child
much use in the
homes
realm
and then
of
tell
the
adult
interpersonal
homes.
as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental. Because all you care about is yourself.
It's true.
Tell him, Sherlock.
I have
Tell
agents
him.
everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
He took a week's trip just for me. Imagine, if you will, picture the scene. You're so pissed off at your brother that you take a week's long journey just to tell him off, and then you go back to London on a second week's long trip.
Just look at this thing. It's huge.
Have you ever been so pissed off at somebody that you had to cross the peninsula of Europe by boat? Okay, any more memories?
The British is not sentence cross.
Oh, you're right. For them with their piss, and he'd be really, really soused. So, none of the downstairs doors seem to have
Home
opened.
sweet home, Sherry.
Wait, hold on. I'm dumb. I have to highlight it. Yard Redux, gotta pin it. And then I get to see what's outside. It's been a day, I forgot about that. That's not someone you're upset with, that's someone you want to bone. I mean, I can't argue with that, considering how many times I crossed the Atlantic to Britain for that purpose. But be surprised at what the length people would go to if they're really, really angry. Wood fight competition.
Ah, yes. We were sword fighting in this very spot.
And that time, I was the winner.
So, as your victory prize, you asked me to fulfill a wish. I remember we did something the very next night, John, but what was it?
Mason, quit pushing the desk. This webcam is balanced on two closed Morinaga fruit drop cans. Also, who loses in a sword fight to their imaginary friend? Iron, big bars,
We
a cage.
brought a cage with us. You insisted it
For
must
the
be made
fairies.
of iron.
That's because we were preparing to hunt fairies in our garden. Everyone knows iron is the only thing that can hold them.
And I was distinctly uncomfortable.
Mother? Did Mother come with? Mother's disguise?
It was a disguise, of course.
Oh, right, Mother's
Fairies
hats.
are easy to scare off, unless you're incognito.
And every trap needs bait.
Sweet
We
liquid
brought
booze?
honey and
All
a
right.
glass of
We
warm
talked
milk.
about this before, some of the days.
After 2 hours lying in wait, we noticed movement in the bushes. The fairies appeared at last.
Why is this familiar? They have talked about this already. I know they have. But when was that? Pig?
No, it was just Isolde the pig.
Yeah, they talked about
She was
this.
lured by the smell of honey and milk, and ate every last drop. Isolde belonged to Mr. Sim in Miner's End and escaped regularly. At least twice a month we would see him searching for her all over the island.
One marvelous evening, I defeated Sherry at a sword fight. A rare accomplishment for an imaginary friend. As my prize, I made him join me on a fairy hunt. Sherlock didn't share my enthusiasm, as he pretends not to believe in fairies, but I knew exactly what to do. We disguised ourselves, found an iron cage big enough to capture a sprite, and laid out warm milk and honey as bait. And it worked. After 2 hours lying in wait, we spotted movement of the bushes. The fairies had appeared at last. Or that's what I thought. Alassa was just as old as a pig, who had caught a whiff of the milk and honey. She gobbled up every last drop, then fled as fast as she came. Isolde belonged to Mr. Sim in Miner's End, but she would always get free. At least twice a month, we'd see him wandering Corridor to find her. She would turn up in impossible places. So perhaps in some way, she was a little magic too. The real miracle is that this big pink pig is wandering Cordona and didn't end up in somebody's barbecue pit or open kitchen. What would you wish on your worst enemy? You always go death? Well, I don't like having enemies, so I can't really talk. Even Dad, who I abhorred for so long in my adult life. You know, in the end, I'd consider him to have been my antagonist and enemy throughout my adult life, but even then, not enough to have wanted death for him. I guess the whole argument is that if they're your enemy and you really, really hate them, you want suffering. Not just, there, they're gone. But pain and discomfort. Which is why people don't usually choose death for their enemies, but something, I don't know, Dantean hellish. Bedroom redux. Furniture in the manor that belonged to my childhood bedroom. Looks much like it did a decade ago. Would help me remember. Bedroom is this way, yeah? No, that's Mom's room. Nothing new in here? Mason. If you're not too comfortable, why not give yourself some leg room? Here, if you really have to put your feet somewhere, you can put them on me. I shall be the Ottoman. Better? Better? Say hi, Mason. Ouch. Don't want your feet on cam. Blisters aren't that unsightly.
I can sense an incoming memory, Sherry. Do you?
No memory, but is there anything new in here? There's a map of London. The chemistry set looks much nicer.
The first chemical laboratory I ever made. I almost miss its elegant simplicity.
The violin. Aww, for Mr. What's-His-Face from yesterday. I've already forgotten his name. I'm the worst.
I'm looking forward to learning to play it. As soon as I have some free time.
Oh, that's old stuff. 4 of 4 already. Thought the newspaper might have something for me. Okay, what's the memory? Jumping on the beds. I was so
frustrated to find only one bed in this room. Mycroft initially refused to bring another for you, but after a week-long dispute, he gave in.
Mycroft gave you a bed for your imaginary friend.
Why do you think you would sleep without a bed?
Shortly after our arrival, Sherry clashed with Mycroft about the furniture. I needed a place to sleep, but there was only one bed in our room. Outrageous! Convincing his older brother was a challenge, but after a week-long dispute, he finally gave in, and I became the proud owner of my very own bed. Cute. Okay, so now we're here to find John's diary, memories. Is there no material in here about consequence? Gotta buy a newspaper about the envoy. Letter, ink stained letter, Theodore. You gotta buy a lot of furniture to get the memory from outside, so what am I thinking about with the pig? I know I haven't seen anybody else stream it. James, Angie, Theodore, Lord of all beasts. Titus. Huh. Did they just mention it casually in dialogue? Anywho, fractured memory. Is it gonna be a painting this time? Remember examining bones large and pale. The reflection of magnifying glass, my mother's voice. A room full of artifacts and curiosities. Ground floor. Near a memorable painting. So here then, right? This one? Scribble, scribble? Oh, we gotta follow them to it. You're still listening to the rain loop, is it that good? Straight,
I remember
smooth
returning home with a pair of perfect sticks. We wanted to turn them into training swords.
Oh, that's right. We stood there, frozen, staring at something huge in the main hall.
Something huge in the main hall. Your mama. A giant origami crane. Female fishtail. Oh, the mermaid.
It was a giant aquarium with a living mermaid in
A
it.
living mermaid,
Impossible. It
really?
must have been something
Nuh-uh. Skeleton.
Oh,
From outside.
of course, that mortifying hoax presently taking up space in our front yard.
Well, fine. Your memory's better than mine. But I'm sure we started examining it immediately. And someone else was around too.
Mycroft? Always Mycroft? Or was it Mom this time? Female family member?
It was my mother.
Aww.
She asked what I thought of the artifact.
You were really concentrating and holding something in your hand.
A tool to analyze. It can't be a magnifying glass. Nah.
I inspected it with a magnifying glass and was able to confirm it was made of two different skeletons.
What was your first hint?
The mermaid was a fake.
And so it was time to smash the thing. Your mother took a hammer and...
If she did
Slow
that, it
down,
wouldn't
John.
exist
That's not
still.
how it happened. I remember other people joined us.
Other people joined us in the smashing, did they? A mass spectrometer. Loud voices, workers.
The workers took the artifact and placed it into the cabinet of curiosities.
Oh, so it wasn't
became
broken.
part of Mother's collection of fakes. She always said that the truth lies in the details. This mermaid helped me to learn that.
The truth lies.
Ah yes, my mother's studio.
Oh, it's empty.
She was an authenticator, and this was her cabinet of curiosities.
I never saw the point. What does it matter if some artifact is real or not? It still exists.
There's history in that. A thing might be a fake, but a fake from where? A fake for what purpose? Information is information. It's like when an artifact or a site gets damaged or changed over time, be it by human activity or natural forces or rats burrowing around. That still paints a picture of the history of the thing.
One of the most ridiculous fakes I ever saw. Its owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable.
I thought I was gonna say that polar bears are fake. The most obvious fakes. A polar bear, please. Bears are brown, not white. Guffaw. Chortle, chortle. Cozy blanket.
I remember this cozy blanket. It was perfect for...
Perfect for a rain loop.
Oh, that was a joy to build them. Imagining ourselves as wayfarers on the other side of the world. It's a pity how many amazing things are missing from this room.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Barricati, whatever his name was, shuffled a few of them to collectors and museums. I like the diving suit. That's kind of cool. This is diving suit, right? He's kind of got a hose on it, so I assume that's for breathing. Heavy weight to descend to the ocean floor. Canvas pant legs to wander around comfortably. Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1. By Wallace D. Aurum. Wallace D. Aurum also writes the in-universe Sherlock and Watson?
Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1, by Wallace D. Aurum.
Oh, Mycroft. He always acts so serious, but then reads tripe like this.
John, if I remember correctly, you couldn't put this book down.
I mean, that's kind of funny. The in-universe analog being tripe. If I recall correctly, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wasn't too enthused about his silly crime novels being all he was remembered for. He would rather be a more serious artist, a more serious author. I think he eventually turned around for the money because it is a hot seller, but I can't remember. Just, you know, bits of trivia in the back of the mind. The Holy Grail itself, truly this is a cup of a carpenter.
Another fake Holy Grail. Its owner claimed to be the heir of King Arthur. Scarcely believable. He also insisted a deadly rabbit was hunting him.
Okay, where's my Stream Deck button for every time they make a Monty Python or a Doctor Who reference? Dig the Ammonites, though. Those are Ammonites hanging off a rock, right? There was one Ammonite in a museum in Oxford that was at least as big as my desk. It was huge. We found one in Whalechine, in Isle of Wight, that was pretty decently sized. Maybe about this big. Hauled it in a bucket all the way home.
Mother said this was among the hunting
Not Jackalope.
trophies of a Scottish Viscount.
No, I'm thinking
So he
that's a
tried to
water deer.
persuade everyone that his forest was inhabited by these beasts. It would have been thrilling if it were actually true.
Hey now, it's not always the size of the Ammonites. Material 2, we weren't able to find a pyrite Ammonite that trip or ever. But it was one objective. Lots of pyrite rocks, but no pyrite Ammonites. There's lots of like mud clay Ammonites over in Lyme Regis, but those crumble away so easily. You know? They're there, you see them, and then they're gone. But they got Ammonites all up and down the Jurassic coast. From Devon and Dorset all the way down to Isle of Wight, so makes for some fun huntings.
The full plate armor of Sir Robert Swanford. I was told my father won it in a wager.
Armour is armour, but look at his sword. Oh, how badly I wanted to wield the blade. Maybe you take it instead of your pistol.
Yes, Sherlock, please. It turns out guns are dangerous. And the combat system is shoot at everything, but be non-lethal about shooting at people, otherwise it'll penalize you and make you a bad man. But guns are dangerous, so when you're shooting face masks off people or hats off people, turns out, surprise, surprise, you kill them, then John's all upset, and I'm all upset, and then we gotta reload and do everything all over again for the start. 3 times. A diploma? A torn diploma found at the Cabinet of Curiosities. Someone deliberately ripped it to several pieces. Reassembled and translated, the diploma reads, on behalf of the Board of the University of Geneva, Switzerland, we, rectors of the university, noting that Mr. Otto Richter has undergone the test required by the laws and regulations, confer on him the degree of Doctor of Medicine, with the rights and prerogatives so attached. Oh no. A Swiss Doctor of Medicine. I was worried about the name Otto Richter. You know who else was a Swiss doctor of medicine? Frankenstein?
Clearly, it was deliberately torn. I wonder why someone would do that.
Oh, I thought those were stickers behind the book. Bookmarks. The Tulpa. Studies in Tibetan Mentalism.
The Tulpa. Studies in Tibetan Mentalism.
Yes, I just said that, Holmes.
An impressive number of bookmarks. Someone was rather obsessed with this subject.
Notepad. Otto Richter's personal notes. Mrs. Holmes is a patient of considerable interest, and an ideal test subject to explore some of my theories. See, I was worried that all the drugs and hallucinogenics he was pumping into Mom wasn't the best for her mental well-being. He was only making things worse. Medication, alright. Medication, sloppily, unprofessionally, you get we happy few. And so I guess Otto Richter was the cause of our mom's deteriorating state. She wasn't in a good place when she came here, but then she got worse and worse the more she was doped up and drugged. I would attempt to repeatedly immerse her in traumatic situation that precipitated her mental illness. It is my belief that reliving the moment may give her mind a chance to embrace what happened, accept it, and effectively cure itself. You know, just expose her to the same trauma over and over again. It's immersion therapy, but for trauma. I am confident in my hypotheses, and merely need to prove it. In addition, it is fortuitous to be around the broader Holmes family. Perhaps I would also examine the heredity of psychological traits, be they competencies or disorders. It is already apparent that all family members share an uncommonly high intelligence. It appears that the mother's condition has begun to affect the mind of the youngest boy, Sherlock. While I cannot conduct a proper medical examination due to the protectiveness of the elder son, it seems that the boy suffers ongoing hallucinations in the form of an imaginary friend, John. What, you're telling me the Swiss don't have imaginary friends? Good luck figuring out who's in the closet. I mean, so far it's everyone, I think, with her. A new Mind Palace clue. Add an envelope. Letter from Otto's brother. My dear brother, I heard you recently arrived in Cordona. Have you come to see me? I do miss our evening conversations, even if we never agreed in our opinions. Cordona is home to such a stunning new art gallery, which I visit every Thursday. Meet me there. Oh, and do not seek Klaus. I left that name behind. The art gallery belongs to Werner Vogel, so I don't think that Klaus is Werner. He visits every Thursday. Then again, this is a letter in the past. Maybe he used to visit every Thursday, and then in time, Vogel, nay Klaus, eventually rose in prominence enough to take the gallery for himself. Because that's the only other person we know who's a major character with a Teutonic accent, and that could be why Vogel is familiar with their mother and has one of her artifacts.
And this one was brought from a German museum. They claimed it belonged to Vikings. Nonsense, of course. Vikings never had horns on their helmets.
And fake mummies?
The so-called mummy of a Persian princess. The defrauders did good work, but missed one small detail. It's the mummy of a man. An archaeological find should be here. It's far better than beneath the old city walls.
I don't know, Holmes. Archaeology is going on a very it belongs in the ground kind of bent, you know? There's lots to learn and study, but one does strive to be as non-invasive as possible these days.
Look, it's Roger. This jolly old man's well preserved. Even looks refreshed.
I doubt he drew much interest at the auction.
That's for the best. I'd be upset if he fell into the wrong hands.
What? Nobody else wants a giant man? I guess y'all share my taste then. Giant women, shorter men. So if this was reversed... A letter? Letter from the judge. Dear Mr. Holmes, which... Please accept my deepest gratitude for your recent help with that personal matter. I shudder to think what may have happened were it not for your keen eye and sharp mind. Rest assured, should our paths cross once again, you will be greeted by a grateful friend, His Honorable Judge, McDougal. Business cards?
So many calling cards. Mycroft liked to keep useful people at hand.
Mycroft's letter then. Envelope itself important?
Carefully opened. Dated 24th of April, 1869.
Over 10 years ago. Mr. Mycroft Holmes, the Cordona City Hall writes to inform you that the trial of Dr. Otto Richter in the death of Mrs. Violet Holmes has been assigned to His Honorable Judge McDougal. Oh, so Otto was on trial for it. Did Mycroft know that Mom was being experimented upon with the psychotropics and hallucinogenics and the ad hoc balance of chemicals? Is that why the diploma was ripped up? That's Mycroft doing it? Not Otto's shame? Your application for a closed hearing has been granted. You are hereby informed that the prosecution has called you as a primary witness in the trial of Dr. Richter. You must present yourself at the Criminal Court of Cordona on the dates listed on the listed overleaf. Cool. Drawers. What's in the drawers? Locked?
This drawer was always closed. Only Mycroft knew how to open it.
Can we puzzle it out? Can we?
I remember we
Game?
tried to break it open and spy on
Oh,
him,
we don't
but
get to
alas,
puzzle it out?
Had no success. Maybe today's the day. Oh, Sherry.
Maybe today's the day, Sherry. There is one more thing here. Where's the one more thing? I can't seem to move around all too much in this one. Just here. With this radius. To here. With this radius. And I don't see anything too different up here. Not the spider web. Oh, the isolated calling card. Officer Giuliano J. Placido, Cordona. Reliable and driven.
Reliable and driven. I recognize Mycroft's handwriting.
Is this a new lead? Officer Luciano Placido.
Officer Luciano J. Placido. I'm starting to remember something.
A memory's coming back. Accident. In the cabinet. The Master of Unlocking. Oh, so we do get to open it. Or do a memory. We gotta open it first. Oh, is this Mom as a kid? Or wait, no, that's like fairies on it. Oh, I suddenly remembered a bit of trivia. Not Sherlock. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was like a fan of fairies, wasn't he? Like, he was a true believer, and when there were those photographs that were doctored of kids playing with fairies, they were just like cut up from a picture book, he was like, oh my goodness, this is amazing, this is real, I knew they were real.
This photo caused a lot of fuss. My mother spent some time to prove it was a fake.
And yet, Holmes, and yet, your original creator was all for it. Bingley, 1852, West Yorkshire.
1852, Bingley, West Yorkshire.
See, that's cool. Normally when there's a Sherlock adaptation, they put lots of reference to the Sherlock Holmes novel and everything. Maybe to some notable actors. But I like how they're putting lots of Doyle references in as well. Trivia is about the author himself.
Oh, I remember these. We used them to spar together until Mycroft found out and forbade us from using real weapons.
Is that everything here? Okay, John, what's the conditions challenge? Is it get it right one time go? Or just open it at all? Asked if we could unlock Mycroft's drawer, the cabinet of curiosities. The subject of our years-long fascination. One morning we were children, John and I tried to spy on Mycroft to find out where he keeps the key to the drawer. Detective vision. Early morning, footsteps.
The memory comes back. We snuck about watching him.
He closed the drawer and went to the hall. We were like two shadows crawling behind him.
Went to the... Well, the key's not so gonna be here, of course. There's no way. Up the stairs? We could follow him up the stairs, but I really doubt that one, the piece of furniture is still here, or two, that he didn't take the key with him.
The painting on the wall was slightly at tilt. He stopped and straightened it.
TikTok be like, neurodivergent people straighten pictures in the hall. I promise that's more a joke of TikTok, because my BF links me so many things from TikTok. And there's practically a whole genre of this commonplace things or traits of neurodivergency. I wash my hands after I poop. That is a neurodivergent trait. I'm sure there's gonna be a video of that, spoken in TTS, with someone pretty tilting her head, with a filter adding sparkles. Is that about right? Neurodivergent people wash their hands after taking a massive poop. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. Dog ears. And then there'll be like a response one that's like 3 seconds of the tilt head, sparkle, sparkle. And that'll be like some guy showing the camera, "No, they don't do this. I do this." And then there'll be a response to that one. That's like text captions while the person is just dancing to music. Look, you're the one who's opened this world to me. You link me all this stuff. Where are we going? Oh, the fireplace. He keeps
Then he
thinking
threw
the
some logs
fireplace?
into the
No.
fire and sat in his armchair to read.
But you gotta admit,
It's
that's
as
an
boring
accurate...
now as it was then. I'm sorry, Sherry, but I think that's it.
That's an accurate
Wait,
summary
John,
of
we
TikTok
never use
interactions.
the
isn't it?
fireplace in the mornings. What if...
Just shove your hand in their homes.
A bit of juniper in the fireplace created a soothing atmosphere. It's the little things, isn't it?
Oh, is that the key?
I think this is what we're looking for.
A tiny, tiny key.
We made it.
Unlock masters.
So what's there?
A bottle of the good stuff and some documents. What's he got? More bromine? Royal Lochnagar Old Scotch Whiskey, aged 10 years. By Jim Bates.
Single malt whiskey. Mycroft's favorite.
I don't know malt. I have no idea what malt means. I just go with the content.
Gifted by Queen Victoria herself.
Truly! A present from the Queen. That is so much better than an order of the Bath Medal. Half a bottle of fine single malt whiskey. Mycroft's favorite drink. We found it locked in the drawer of a desk in the curiosity cabinet, among a pile of important documents. Remarkably, it seems that the whiskey was a gift from Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself. And below? Rudder? Otto Richter. Is it the case file of Otto Richter?
Otto Richter.
Open it, man. What's in it?
This one is rather thick. Mycroft can be truly dogged in his research.
What do we have here? Emo Hall Benson, do I have that right? You look like Sherlock Holmes, the new movies. He does kinda, doesn't he? Something in his face kind of reminds me of like a Matt Smith. I don't know. I think it does. But they did make him pretty. Otto Richter is 45 years old, born to a respected family in Bern, Switzerland, unmarried, no heirs. Medical practitioner, graduated from the University of Geneva, Switzerland. Graduation was postponed a year due to the ongoing pandemic, due to a minor scandal on one of his placements. Parents died of cholera in 1863. The only remaining family is a half-brother, Klaus, age 35. Present whereabouts of Klaus Richter is unknown, last seen on Cordona. Look like Pablo Escobar. It's the facial hair, isn't it? I've been lazy about shaving. I normally don't let it get out so much because it's uncomfortable on me. Facial hair is physically uncomfortable on my face, and it doesn't look good, let's be honest. But I've been lazy about it because, hey, it's the holidays. It'll look better once I stop being lazy and shave this all off. And when I make better weight progress and lose 30 pounds. But I'm making progress on that front. By the time January comes around, I'm gonna be halfway back to having my cuter, smaller cheeks. These cheeks are all puffed up. But when I'm about 170 or so, it looks much nicer. But for now, can't be helped. It is a bit ratty, I know. Facial hair and me never got along. Imagine, it was worse as a teenager, when I didn't know that it looked bad, but I thought, oh my goodness, facial hair, this is great. It took me 15 years to start growing it, and so I'm not going to shave it. And so, it was tragic. Tragic is the only way I can put it. Count yourselves glad that you only see lazy facial hair me and not tragically ignorant teenage me.
Dossiers on the most influential people on Cordona. Mycroft always had a habit of building files on everyone he met.
And that's the clues here? Cool. The funny thing is, specifically that thing. When I was a kid, growing out my facial hair and growing my hair long for the first time, exploring some freedom in bodily autonomy, I thought this is great. I look like a musketeer. But the fact is that if you look at my old photos from back then, it's not musketeer, it's drug dealer that I ended up looking like. Clear all these check marks out. Pin this.
Why would you never look like a bar of candy?
Because Three Musketeer bars are sweet. Everybody loves Three Musketeer bars. Memory of an old ladder. Or is it a stepladder, Nick? That's a stepladder. Last
I
shelf.
used this ladder to look at the top shelf, right? On the day of Mother's breakdown upstairs.
Right you are, Sherry.
A tiny version of a Yappi's Bunny Stone, geodes, and somebody's fetish, and a sword. Is that the memory? No, there's more. Or view of a large
Noise.
artifact.
I can't recall of exactly what, and we didn't have a great view from behind the statue.
So, does that mean you were over here at the time, peeking out in this direction or around here? There's a scribbly scribbly. Where's the scribbly scribbly? Scribbly scribbly. The books? The books. Otto's books, as unstable
Books
as
and papers
Otto.
from the table somehow ended up on the floor. It's coming to the surface. I feel it.
I got pulled out to the fantasy world. Oh, here it is. Nap time for Holmesies. So let's see. We were here, right? Little kids playing with some artifacts. Or were we throwing things around? Oh, hence the ladder. Is that what happened? You're throwing like little elephant fetishes places? So either you were roughhousing, throwing things to your imaginary friend. Well, there's no ladder here. Maybe they pulled something off the top shelf to look at. We'll keep the ladder for now. But that at some point they heard a noise and they're peeking around behind here. Running out with a spear and shield. Nah, they were peeking, that's what Holmes said. Peeking around the corner, had a bad view. Attacking the knight. Is that John's imagination here? Otto and Mycroft having a fight. I don't think then that they were doing rough play. If this argument was going around here, either they'd be very accustomed to the rough play, or they would have heard the kids, so I think they were having a somewhat quieter pursuit. The ladder was here because they put an artifact down to look at, then they heard stuff, came on over, sneak, 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 and then fight. And the books fell down. Yeah?
Come on, Sherry. Let's go outside. Wait. Did you hear that? Come here, Sherry.
You call this progress? Charlatan, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
So there was a quarrel between them.
Yeah. Hence all the documents we found. The curious conversation. It all happened shortly after the incident in Violet's room on April 9th. Sherry decided to play with the artifacts in the cabinet of curiosities, and of course I went with him. As a result, we became unintentional witnesses to an argument between Mycroft and Otto Richter. Sherlock's brother was angry. He was sure that Dr. Richter had done something dubious to their mother, and that it had backfired. He called Otto a charlatan.
I heard a noise in the hall. Let's check it out.
Before we do have more Mind Palace stuff. A not very private talk. John's diary. Memory of a quarrel between Mycroft and the doctor was ominous. Scared of what we might learn next. We brought tea, mental disease, Richter's experiments. Mycroft testified against Dr. Richter. Mother suffered from a mental health problem. Otto Richter, the psychiatrist, was an unconventional doctor and experimented with mother's state of mind. Mycroft was a main prosecution witness against Otto. Experiments and Mycroft's testification. Suspicious psychiatrist. Mycroft did not like the methods of Dr. Otto Richter and did not trust him. But the testification is still there. And mental disease? No. Testified about bringing tea. Tea and mental disease. No? Nothing goes with anything? Alright. But we do have more of a picture here. So Mycroft obviously knew and wanted Shirley to have a stable childhood and upbringing. That I can understand, right? You give a happy lie to the kid when they're too young to handle it. And then Mycroft, as an adult, then you tell the truth when they have the emotional resiliency and not plasticity rubbericity. But it seems Mycroft was also protecting Sholmes from Otto, from being experimented on and being made to be a mentally diseased thing. Protecting possibly just from experimentations, but also maybe from diagnosis. Possibly hoping that if Sherlock wasn't put through all this, that he might have a chance of growing up without the illness, hereditary as it is.
Sherry, look! We've got a parcel here. Hurry up and let's see what's inside.
Alright. Is a clown for us? Is it a masquerade ball we're being invited to? Dear Holmes, I am awaiting for you at Kurt Manchios' mansion on Turquoise Lane, across from Cordona Abbey in northern Grand Surrey. Come at once. If inconvenient, come anyway. Always your friend, Vivi. P.S. I set you the appropriate outfit for this place to avoid any unnecessary complications. I hope it fits.
An invitation that comes with a mask. We can't miss this, Sherry.
2 new wardrobe items. Alright, I forgot. With this whole case solved, we don't need the tattoo on our neck anymore. Not that he could see it through the scarf and the collar. But the important thing is the NPCs could. They could see the tattoo through the scarf. It's got like it's got a chip in it, you see. And they could just scan with the IR beam to make sure the tattoo is there. It's very sophisticated 19th century technology. A face mask with a veil. A normal mask for normal people. And the Prince of Darkness. Turn heads before cracking skulls. I do like the look. And then I'll play half the game. Half the cases, the additional cases you get in this outfit, telling everyone, I'm Sherlock Holmes. And then do all the bandit layers to cement in the public consciousness that this outfit is associated with Holmes. And then we'll go to the masquerade, when the anonymity of the masked outfit has been nullified. That's how Escobar escaped. Whether do I look like someone who's got billions of dollars in drug money? No. Somebody with billions of dollars in drug money would not have failed lottery slips. Or have crypto prices in a tab in another window. Nah. What have we got now, though? We have an invitation. Sacrificial lamb is a... Ooh, what do you think? Sacrificial lamb. There was... a thing. I think it was here. There's an altar in the forest. With guts of like a ram or something on an altar. But Holmes said nothing about it, because all we cared about was fighting the elephant. And so, a clear sacrificial circle with animal guts hanging around, not important, not relevant to the case at all. Speaking of elephants, is there an elephant in the room that has to be addressed? You have a recommendizzle for me? Then drop it on me, always down for recommendizzle. Old ruins beneath its feet. A tree that treasures keep. So, a tree on top of old ruins. A tree on top of old ruins. An English language version of Free Jimmy. English language, Free Jimmy. Free Jimmy. And then watch it. Sleep Jimmy Free 2006 comedy animation. That it? ...2006 adult computer animated comedy film, first released in Norwegian in 2006, then English 2008. I didn't know, Wither, that you were into Norwegian media. This comes as such a surprise. If it's animated, does my usual totally legal online cartoon viewing site have it? Free Jimmy. Found it. They got it. Alright. Got the tab open. I'll be sure to give it a watch. Okay, the only other things we have. Mother's love means doing more things first. Sacrificial lamb. What we did in the shadows I can't seem to solve right now. Buy more furniture. Solve riddle. Solve riddles. Okay. So I guess we could go see Vanna. It's actually pretty deep and sad and meaningful. Characters and animation is ugly. Have you seen my follow alert? I am all for ugly animation. Whoa, easy there, hiccups. Too much sunlight for the game? Alright, can't forget. Map. We want to go to the Chronicle because the Chronicle has a job for me. But I also can't forget to buy a newspaper. South of here. It emulates the Norwegian comic book artist who draws like that. Well, Wither. That just sells it to me even more. I'm all for more interesting art styles. So, a more unique, ugly style. I'm all for that.
A very British
Emulates the
scandal.
original comic. All
The
for it.
British envoy has defiled a refugee woman. Proof supplied by the gallery owner, Mr. Vogel.
Okay, so let's hope that there wasn't like too much retaliation against Nalia.
Interested in some Cordona news?
A very British scandal.
Check the front page. You won't regret it.
I'm worried. We had the opportunity to help the refugees by partaking in some light corruption, but what connects vandalism in an art gallery? The murder of a prominent local artist, Boniface Mercurio, secret gatherings at the dead of night, and the British envoy. A painting. As gallery owner, Werner Vogel explains, one of Mercurio's salacious works featured a devil that resembles a British envoy. Photographic evidence recently emerged proving that the similarity was no coincidence, and that the diplomat had defiled a refugee woman. The British envoy, seemingly with no limit to his indecency, sought to conceal the truth of his actions by any means necessary. Truly, no punishment would go too far. But what good would it do for the homeless, pregnant refugee who suffered the most? This sounds like they're pitting the murder of Mercurio and possibly the other murder in the refugee camp? No. We proved that was an accident to the cops. But it sounds like they're pinning Mercurio's death on the envoy. On top of the rape of the refugee woman. She is still a refugee woman living in the refugee camp. But justice, I suppose? We didn't have to let her abuser go free. Christopher Nielsen, or the famous rock poet Joachim Nielsen, one of your favorite Norwegian artists. Down and out people, their utterly surreal struggles. Sounds pretty good so far. There's no good guys. That bit like Pulp Fiction, in that the narrative jumps around a central theme. And no one in particular is a good guy. Well then. Then I definitely have to watch it. Oops. Fell off the ramp. I don't mind feel-good stuff with clear good guys and bad guys and hooray the winner won the day, but always up for ambiguity too. If not ambiguity, then you know, just rough situations where nobody's perfect. Chronicle, where's the Chronicle? I keep missing the Chronicle. There it is. It's right there. The big building right behind me. Quick! Sherlock! Free newspapers! Never got to spend your bucks again! Jimmy is a strung-out, junky circus elephant. Well, it stars an elephant that's been given so many drugs to keep it docile, but lively enough to do shows. That is completely screwed. This is off to such a good start. Truly, this is gonna be a wholesome family movie.
I wish to be alone.
What? I thought there was work here. There was an exclamation mark on the Chronicle, was there not? What if I put this away and then talk to her?
I wish to be alone.
I thought the Chronicle had work. Did I ruin Mycroft's agent by telling her about her fiancé's death? No, see, there is work here. With an exclamation mark. There's work, but I've traumatized the agent too much. It is emphatically not wholesome for the most part.
Killed with one perfect shot to each eye.
Oh, is this
Can you
it?
imagine?
Just eavesdropping. Where this incredible murder occurred. Gang war? No. After sunset? Size hits? Richmond dispute? Blinded? Hey. People are talking about a man who was killed at the old ruins of the southwestern side of the Grand Saray. Apparently, both his eyes were shot out. That strains credulity, but it's worth investigating. Blindsided. Could it be that someone came in with a VAT system about 2 centuries early? Everybody's moonwalking right on this spot, I love it. If I go back in, will somebody else moonwalk? Through both ears. I mean, it's possible. Moonwalk? Moonwalk? Oh. Alright, so Grand Saray is here. Old ruins on top of. On top of. You think there's a way to get to these trees up here? And do the other stores have new things for me? Now that we have a new room, the antique dealers do. Antique traders have more goods. Luxury furniture traders more goods. The Oriental furniture trader does. Let's visit there. See what new goods they have, because the last thing they had was a screen, and I'm pretty sure I bought the screen.
Orient, merhaba. It's a good day for a purchase.
Marhaban bik, ahla wa sahlan. I've only got 15 bucks, so I can't afford the Mayan ritual dagger.
Don't hurry, we can bargain.
Maybe I should stomach some bandit layers. Clear them all out with full arrests. And then do them again for challenges for more prices. To get all the bucks. And then buy all the furniture. Store. Somebody said كيف
The
الحال?
best the free markets can offer. Take a look. Maybe something will catch your eye.
A taxidermy creature. Oh, that's fantastic. That's amazing. That's like... What is this? Did somebody put... That's not shrimp. Did somebody put a lobster in a cat? A deranged artist brought it back from a flooded city. Sure he did. And preserved offcuts. Best not to ask questions. It costs 40... It costs 5 more bucks for the can of just awful, let's like liver and things, than this neat taxidermied thing. I gotta make more money. Blades of the Shogun. At the expansion? Blades of the Shogun. I don't think I heard of that
if
one.
you don't want to buy.
Shadow Tactics? Shadow Tactics. First thing I see, save 90% on Shadow Tactics Blade of Shogun on Steam. Guess I'll open this up and check it out afterwards. Speaking of Steam, it turns out the reason I was unceremoniously logged out yesterday, mid-stream, was because my credentials changed. At some point, my password to Steam changed without any email sent to my account. Yeah, that's why I changed my password afterwards. Which is the weirdest thing, but you know, that's why whenever I buy something on Steam, and it asks, do you want to save your credit card information to make future purchases easier? It's no. Every time is no. I will happily pull out my debit card and put in the number and the address and the phone number over and over again, just in case my account gets compromised, and then somebody can't go in and buy a bunch of, I don't know, V-Bucks, or gift games to themselves, or whatever else it is that people who compromise Steam accounts do. The only thing they can do if they get into my account is check out my library and, I don't know, make my profile obscene or something. Leave some bad reviews that praises Akiyama from Yakuza 4 and 5. So no biggie to get cracked into. But alright, brother, I haven't heard of Shadow Tactics Blade of Shogun, but I have the tab open, so I shall check it out. Tree on top of old ruins. These guys seem important. How much you want to bet that something's gonna happen in this house? Blind-sided. Build in the old ruins on southwestern side of the Grand Serai. With old ruins beneath its feet, a tree that treasures keep. Is it this tree? Was the treasure citrus fruit all along? And the silver hand really wished me to appreciate Cordona's local flora. Is this a tree? Treasure? Is it? Was it that easy? Pin. Look for.
To dungeons old and caverns deep.
It said final riddle, but how much would I bet it's more riddles? No, it's a magnifying glass. The real treasure was observation and intellect. You especially like the little girl character, Yuki. Teenager somewhere, raised by herself in the forest, anthropomorphizes her weapons in a way you adore. What have we got here? An old oh, is this just like backstory to how he gets his signature magnifying glass?
What? Is this
Your mother's magnifying glass.
How did it end up here? What happened?
Oh, did your mother read the riddles?
You really need to learn to let miracles happen. The whole world is one big, unresolved, chaotic miracle.
But they will become sequential if you take a closer look. I do remember what Mother told us, but that explains nothing.
Just let things happen, alright? Besides, this little miracle will look perfect in our manner, don't you think?
Their voices sound really low to me. But I have everything up. By default, everything is equal where interface is. Nothing is higher than the other. Now I've mostly got them high up. Voices and music equal too. What if I put music down, everything else down, and voices up, and then raise the volume on OBS? Because OBS I got down, right? So it's not like the high greens, low yellows. How's this? Footsteps walk in, footsteps, footsteps. Is high yellow? Was that too loud? Audio balancing is such a thing when the game goes silent when you alt tab. Low yellows. Splash splash. Low yellows. I could just record it and then play back the audio file. Oh well. I'm sure if the audio sounds off, somebody will mention it. Little Knight is very aggressive.
Merhaba. Good day to be alive.
And by extension, a poor day to take a bullet.
Okay, so, one, what's he doing here?
Why are you just standing there?
I came to take the deceased to the cemetery, but caught sight of Mother Nature's bounty and had to drink my fill.
I like him.
He won't mind anyway. Let me tell you, friend, the sweet sea air, the calming whisper of the waves, it's a salve for all ills.
And that I totally agree with, especially urban folk. They get too used to the concrete, to the profit margins. Touch grass has got to be one of the best phrases to come out of this era. Because boy, how do they need to? And it's been like scientifically recorded that a little bit of reconnecting with nature does wonders for the soul. Makes people much happier, more calm, more fulfilled in a way. And because stress has negative health impacts on us, having a bit less of that does have higher health outcomes.
Do you know what happened here?
Officer said there was a duel, shots fired, and then that fellow took his last breath. Reminds me of last year.
So the inspectors have been and gone?
Of course. Police don't let an undertaker do his work before they finish theirs.
What happened last year?
You mentioned a previous incident.
It was in the old city ruins. I remember the deceased was very rich. Front page news, very, very rich.
Could this be a repeat
But
of
a
that?
coin makes a poor shield, as I always say. And who needs it when a view like this is free?
Who died?
Oh, no, mister. It is not my place to say.
Not your place. Nonsense. As you say, he won't mind.
Customer privacy, though, even if he's dead.
That's all we can hope for, sir. He doesn't need his name out there.
That sounds suspicious. I don't know if that's just him being respectful to the dead, or if he doesn't want this person specifically revealed.
We're done.
We got his testimony. Might be able to suss that on my own. And he hasn't been moved yet. The cart and coffin are still empty.
This man is no more. He's ceased to be. He's expired and gone to meet his maker. He's a stiff. Bereft of life, he rests in peace. You know the rest.
Okay, I really do need a button for every time they make a Monty Python or Doctor Who reference. Also, it appears they have killed a reverse Ronald McDonald. He has a bullet wound.
The bullet entered the heart at an angle, implying it was fired from an elevated position. He died instantly.
Weren't his eyes shot off too, though?
Predictably, the rumors were exaggerated. The blindfold is intact, with both eyes unharmed.
Huh. Huh. Okay. So it's a blindfold duel or murder. Since elevated position with a gunshot, either the guy was a giant. But a blindfold, how much you want to bet that he was doing a trick shot? Shot upwards at an angle. I don't know, even 90-degree angle, it won't come directly back down, but it will land somewhere on someone.
A key for a birdcage? I'll take it.
An eagle. This is once again the House of Hassan.
A Webley top-break revolver. Blank cartridges filled with a wax-covered gelatin bullet. Effectively harmless, even at close range, but leaves a nice red splash on impact.
Well, this is set up.
This man is no more.
Okay,
He's
John.
ceased to be. He's
Okay.
expired and gone to meet his maker. He's a stiff. Bereft of life, he rests
A blindfold,
in peace.
discarded or lost.
So there was somebody else. Are these also blanks? Can we tell?
The duelist eventually reloaded his gun, but all the cartridges were filled with red non-lethal rounds.
Less than lethal rounds. Back to the enemy.
Your opponent was behind you.
Maybe they were doing trick shots or something, right? Like, he had his hands like this, aiming backwards, and that would make an elevated position? Did I ever find and check out Troll Hunter? No, I did not. Although I have kept the tab for the culture open all this time. Where's he aiming at up here? Somebody's house? Maybe something up behind these stones? Blood. Or red ink. Or wax. Is it blood or wax?
Red stains, relatively fresh.
Just calling it stains, keep it ambiguous. A second gun. Much more elaborate.
A Lamat revolver, 42 caliber.
I haven't handled a Lamat since Red Dead Redemption 1. Appears to be a single empty chamber.
One chamber is empty, the others are filled with live rounds.
Also, much safer to just open the revolver and check the chambers than doing what I've been doing and holding the barrel to my face. Stunningly good Norwegian film, comedy horror, found footage, thingy, parody. Alright, Troll Hunter. I have less reliable, totally legal movie watching sites, so that one might be more difficult for me to find, but I'll look for it. A duelist suit and pistols case with rounds.
Blank cartridges filled with red wax-covered gelatin bullets. Most assuredly non-lethal, if rather theatrical on impact.
It is a bit hard to find. Challenge accepted. This a name? Veblen? Keblin? Deblin? It's in cursive, so who knows?
A case for dueling Webley revolvers.
Webley. Weblen.
The corner of the box is broken, likely from being dropped.
Club rules. Mandatory blind dueling club rules. Do not talk about the blind dueling club. Never miss an opportunity to practice your shooting skills. Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. I feel like this is a reference to something. We, the undersigned, hereby declare that this duel shall be subject to and bound by the blind dueling club's strict code of honor. May the winner be crowned blind champion. Signed, EVS and JD. Witnessed by HFVC, Honorable Referee, and Head of the Blind Dueling Club.
Gosh, how exciting. I always wanted to be a member of a club. I bet you couldn't join. No good at following orders, are you, Sherry?
Ah, the contest then. I shall prove my blind devotion, so to speak, to their inane rules, and you shall eat your words.
Do we get to join? Do we get to join the club? A challenge from John. Fulfill the 3 blind dueling club rules before finishing the case. Oh no. Fulfill the 3 rules. So never miss an opportunity to practice my shooting skills. Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. So if we can't shoot, we will shoot. But we must not shoot anyone on their soft parts. I think it means like a fight, right? The typical fights you have. Where you have to shoot people, the environment, their bits of armors, whatever else. So I have to make sure that every bullet lands on flammable bottles or hats or armor bits if I have to shoot at a person at all. And I do not talk about the blind dueling club ever. Alright. What I will do though, is put a scenic scene. That's a good framing. Sherlock here, John poking the body, the sea off in the distance, through the gaze of some stone architecture. Well, I grab a much needed BRB because I've been holding this in for the past half hour, and it's hit the 2-hour mark, and I like to break every 2 hours to stretch my legs, break things up, get the blood flow going. So, back in a second. Let me give you, with the nice tones of plowing music, because still running that bit. Then BRB. breakdown. Before I come back, I'm seeing what the kettle does for the audio bars. And it does seem to have a low rumble in the -55, -40 range. -55, -50. So hopefully that's soft enough that it isn't really an issue with being picked up by the mic. Alright, let's do this thing. Set the scene, John. We had the victim here. Dropped his gun? Is this him in the act of being shot? Ran away? No, he was shot in the chest. Shot in the chest, fell backwards, dropped his gun. I think we had somebody up here. And I do think they were shooting up, given the stains. No, you weren't shooting this way. Direction of the footprints and where the bullets went. I think there was somebody else up here. Never miss an opportunity for target practice, they say. So maybe there was somebody else who didn't know that there was training going on, or someone who's being initiated and didn't know the rules. If somebody shoots back, and then he hits the person back there, bam, dead. See, this pose here? This pose implies where the shots were found, which is on the stone. But this is a blind dueling club. This person doesn't have a blindfold. I don't think he's playing by the rules. I think he was... Where's this one? This one still isn't wearing a blindfold. Okay. But I think I'll go with this, because this is when he shot the person down there. Either he was uninvolved, or he was being an initiate and didn't know the rules. Shot from here? No, elevated position. You picked up a gun and then dropped the box? So I guess while they're blindfolded and doing their dorky stuff here, you've grabbed an excess pistol, made your way up the hill, and while they're shooting wax ink bullets, wax gelatin bullets, you take your shot, shoot, and blam. Yeah? A Mexican standoff. Cordonan standoff. Wax shot, real bullets. They have taken the guns from you. You're a mediator. The mediator, the referee, is who set this up then. They take the guns from you, then go to their positions, after which you drop the box, produce your own gun, and then go up the hill. Ah. Okay. It all comes together. So this wasn't somebody who doesn't know the rules and fought back for real, or someone who was there for whatever other reason, didn't know about this going on, and fought back because all he knows is, oh no, there's gunshots, they're shooting right at me. This is premeditated.
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. It may have been the referee who took advantage of the duelists while they were blindfolded. This seems plausible, but I must consider all options. What if there was another person here?
Oh, so now I get this seems plausible, but what if? Could we get that for what we did in the shadows? Undertaker's testimony is something we could archive on. Old City, front page, last year. Okay, so what are we looking for? He said, consider if somebody else is here, right? Duel should be subject to, bound by the blind dueling club's group of honor. E and JD, witnessed by HFVC. So HFVC might be the shooter. But suppose it wasn't. Suppose the referee was here. And you've dropped the box because, oh my goodness, was that a real gunshot? What happened? A real gunshot. And so, you dropped the box in, oh my goodness, what was that? Because there was somebody uninvolved. An unknown party.
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. There may have been someone else here, a fourth person waiting for an opportunity to strike.
So it might not be premeditated then unless any of this can happen. You're right, John, was that a lot of work?
You know what? That Undertaker has a point. It is beautiful here.
Isn't it? Three men came here for a duel, one a referee. Both duelists were willingly blindfolded and used non-lethal weapons, less than lethal. During the duel, the victim was shot by an unknown killer who was standing behind one of the ruined walls. The killer could either be the referee or someone else entirely. First things first, we go to archive, or this could be the City Hall or the Chronicle. Do you think this guy might be part of the Blind Dueler Club, since he hasn't his hesitancy to talk about the dead? Because if he did, he would have to talk about the club, and that's against the rules. Three men came for a duel. One was a referee. Nah, archive first. The archive might give us names. It could be The Undertaker, but it might not be. Alright, let's go to Chronicle first? Obituaries, right? Chronicle would have obituaries. Sorry, sailor. Not sorry for that, sailor. Alright. Provide him a piece of evidence that the death was intentional. So, last year, right? Sometime last year, in the old city. Obituary? No, front page. A tragic incident in the old city. The young heir to one of Cordona's richest families has died in a blind duel. During the curious incident, the victim, who cannot be named until all his family are informed, stepped in the wrong direction, falling off the cliff to his death. The survivors have expressed their deepest regrets and sworn to never duel again. It is blind duel again. A blind duel death. But does that prove that is connected? We have an article. Maybe we could show evidence and then use that as evidence. Because the Undertaker couldn't know something. And we haven't found all evidence, not even key evidence yet. Having to fit hat, hair, and headphones is such a juggle.
Sometimes I think beauty can blind you, or you can be blind to beauty, you know? Did he see it all around him, do you think, before he covered his eyes and drew his pistol?
Get to the point? Okay, so we can't mention the blind dueling club because that breaks rule number 1.
Can we please leave the nattering behind?
Oh, friend, relax. Life's too short to be short with people.
Need the victim's name? He won't tell us without evidence.
Enough tomfoolery. Give me the victim's name.
I told you that's his business, not yours. 2 men duelled, 1 man died. When you hit a rock, stop digging.
Evidence then. Did the game freeze? If it did, what a face to freeze on. Okay, alright. Fight Club? Never heard of it with her. The first rule has been satisfied. Oh, that's it? Tragic incident.
What does this have to do with me?
No, see, it's not a connection. During the duel, a victim was shot by an unknown killer who was standing behind one of the ruin's walls. Could be the referee or someone else entirely.
There is more to this case than meets the eye. The victim fell not to his duel opponent, but a hidden marksman in the ruins. Abandon your oversimplistic ideals and tell me the name of the deceased so his killer can be caught.
Ah, that is wrong, to be sure. Okay, the man's name was Eric von Staub.
Von Staub?
I heard the officers say that he lived in Scaladio.
Von Staub,
At last. You may return to your vacant stare.
Holmes, you need to touch grass now. So Von Staub, Scadalio. Maybe City Hall for this one? First rule satisfied, it's still ongoing. All evidence collected. Alright, let's go City Hall then. Probably search for citizens. Smoke grass. Well, I don't know. Maybe it might calm him. And the face he was stuck on was definitely of the might smoke grass variety. Urkivs. Hey, John. Manifesting into reality.
I'll be right here.
Okay, so Von Stube. Eric von Staub in Scadalio. I don't know. I have mingled among the English for a while. The Scots were very nice and friendly. The Welsh were alright. The English? The English were varied. But apart from the GF, they seem pretty friendly folk. Jovial. Citizens of the British era. District Scadalio. Give me every citizen in the modern day who lives in Scadalio. Eric von Staub, 1857 to 1880, unmarried. Mother is Irma von Staub, died in 1877 in Cordona, horse accident. Father is Gerhard von Staub, died in 1877 in Cordona, horse accident. Sister is Magda Irma von Staub. Place of residence: Von Staub residence on Bakersville Street, between Vernet Street and Bonaparte Street, Southern Scadalio. I would have worried about the parents dying in horse accidents, but it's the same year, so probably the same one. Died when he was 20. Survived by sister Magda Irma. So, Baskerville Street, between Vernet and Bonaparte. Baskerville, Southern Scadalio, Bonaparte, Vernet and Bonaparte, right? Okay, it's about here-ish. Place marker. Vernet and Bonaparte, yep, got it. And John's happy because he didn't spend all day here. How's the British envoy? Thomas Horton? Locked. Ah, he's gone. The Queen is very happy about her old friend.
Have you found anything helpful?
Napoleon blown apart. That was one of the ducks in Hitman, wasn't it? Was it a duck or an actual Napoleon doll? No, that was a Napoleon doll, right? Another route. Warp to Bonaparte Street, and then just go west. Or Baskerville and just go south. I remember it, but it took a second to remember because I like to go stealthy, even stubbornly, in Absolution. You know, even though I did Absolution in an extremely stubborn stealth mode, I think I should replay it sometime in its intended form as like a more actiony Hitman game where you can try to be stealthy but will have to pull out guns eventually. It'd be fun too. It's definitely the design it went for, right? So, whether or not you like your Hitman games to be full-on social stealth or whatever, it was definitely the developer intention for it to be a more actiony game. And I'm mostly musing on this because my BF was like on my computer playing Absolution. And I was like, man, that is fun if you take it the intended way. It wasn't great, but you know what? It's like Vampire. I don't ever expect perfection in a game, or in most anything. It's like cooking. A recipe is important, and a recipe will get the dish as good as it can be, but you will have imperfections, no matter how well you measure. And I kind of embrace that. I don't want things to be perfect with every cut of onion, you know? It's gotta have flaws. The flaws taste great. Just sometimes the customer wants a hamburger, not a cheeseburger. But if the customer keeps an open mind and isn't, you know, lactose intolerant, they might come to enjoy the cheeseburger too. Instantly walk behind the cover and disguise myself. Ooh, right, you got the duelist suit. No blindfold though. Oh, I can't wear this with anything else. Can I? No, I can. Just not with clothes on, I guess. I might have, like... There's nothing to really prevent the mask, though. This has a high collar, so that makes sense. Is it too fancy? Are two formal get-ups ones that prevent wearing the mask? Because that's not formal. Could it be the collar? Collar. Collar. High collar. Collar. No collar. No prominent collar. Prominent collar. Prominent collar. I think that's it then. And no real collar on this either. Ken has cheeseburger. Alright, you could have a cheeseburger. Don't mind me, gentlemen.
Miss von Staub is awaiting the police, sir. Perhaps you might visit on another day.
Oh, the police then. You'll only open for the police? Okay, 1 second. I guess that's what this covers here, except I tried to do it here. And if he's someone who I have to disguise for, then can't change clothes here. The only limit is he can't change clothes in front of people you're trying to fool. Police then? A shame I haven't bought glasses. Any especially policey mustaches? Yeah, but not in game, Mason. Gorgeous police. What? Scar's not very policey? It's a dangerous line of work, so they say. Artisan tan. Gang tattoo. Oh no, the police are compromised or crooked! I mean, that goes without saying. Some bronzing, a bit of wrinkle. And then John. John is fine. There, see? Now doesn't look anything like him. Police, you said?
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
It's a good thing I carry my wardrobe with me everywhere. You would think there's no way that he could carry his entire wardrobe with him, but luckily he's got John. John is his sapient pearwood chest.
Good day, miss. I regret to disturb you at this tragic time, but could you spare a moment?
Oh, officer. I've been waiting. Is his body still in that horrible place?
A horrible place? I should introduce you to the Undertaker. But first, you and I shall get to know one another.
Observe. Oh, that is a very cool hairstyle for 1880? Or is that just lighting? Pale, looks pallid. Sholmes, eyes away from her bust, greasy stains. Use a skin ointment. You can tell, he's got to really squint at it to really see that then. A black ribbon. Do they have ribbons in this style in the 1880s? Like, I know ribbons being worn for various causes is a thing, but this is a very modern design. Black ribbon in mourning. Or is it like an actual ribbon that's just pinned that way? No, I think that's just pinned that way, but because it's black, and I guess on a black surface, it looks like it's flat. Okay, alright. Oh, that's notable. She's got marks. Lots of marks on her arm. She's got marks of every color. She's got purple marks, red marks, brown marks. Dried red paint. Is she also part of the club that shall not be named? Purple marks of recent bruises. And yellow marks for old bruises. So recent bruises, old bruises, and red paint. And her shoes. Is this more paint here too? Is that what we're looking at? The paint? Paint flecks. Fresh, multicolored paint stains. What if it was her? It was up on the hill. Paint stains from getting shot at. because they were shooting up in that direction. And the bruising could be from the revolver, maybe? How would she hold it to get a bruise like that? Just the strain on her wrists from the kickback? So, I will open up the boats. Is Magda von Straub, a sickly lady, frail and sad in her 20s, the sister of Erich von Staub. She wears a black ribbon as a gesture of mourning, and her face looks tired. While all her attire is neat, there are two interesting particularities. First, I found multicolored paint flecks, which suggest a passion for painting. The red color prevails. Second, substantial traces of ointment in her dress indicate heavy usage. I noticed multiple bruises on her person at different stages of healing. So it seems this ointment is applied as medicine. Miss von Straub is following a treatment regimen to manage a blood disease, which is responsible for her tiredness and skid marks. Snicker. What have we got here? English language options. Chinese, simplified, traditional, Danish, Dutch, English, traditional, simplified. Heyo. Or is she a victim of beatings? Magda von Staub, a frail and sad lady in her 20s, sister of Erich von Staub. Multicolored paint flecks suggest a passion for painting, red prevails. Substantive traces of ointment on her dress indicate heavy usage. Multiple bruises on her person at different stages of healing, applied as medicine. She is trying to conceal her bruises because she is ashamed. She is a victim of abuse, beaten frequently, and imprisoned in her own home. Alright, initiate voting. Is she a sick woman in mourning, or a woman who is locked in her own home and beaten, hence the bruises? I would make the classic punchy vote now on your device, but devices don't work, I guess. Has to be the browser, desktop Twitch, and not mobile. My mind is open to the bruises being from pistols and shooting in her frail condition. She's a woman who's worried Victorian English public will find out she prefers taco to sausages. The scandal with her! So, what did the game pick? A sickly woman treating a blood disease responsible for tiredness and skin marks. Is being British really a blood disease? That's a bit harsh, isn't it?
I am Officer Holmes. I take it you are Magda von Staub, the sister of the deceased?
Oh, pardon me. Yes, I am.
My deepest condolences, Miss von Staub. Your brother's body will be returned to you shortly, as I believe the case will soon be closed. Nevertheless, there remain some formalities requiring attention. May I ask you a few questions?
Oh, if you must. But I'm unsure if I will be of much help.
Well, first off, how did you get those bruises? Take her to sunlight. I mean, she might need it.
Forgive my intrusion, but I must inquire about your bruises. Did you take a tumble?
Oh, I have a weak disposition. It's not so bad, but my skin marks more easily than a peach. It's the least of my
Yeah, that's
sorrows.
just being British. Old GF was British with Russian heritage, so she got like extra whiteness. Turns red enough when a lobster in the sun, but otherwise, a canvas for any bruise if the wind picks up any sort of speed. Eric have any enemies?
Do you know if Mr. von Staub had any enemies? Someone that may have sought to do him harm?
Enemies? I don't know. He and I did not discuss such matters, and he was rarely called upon by visitors. My brother's only guests were his friendly contests, but I was not allowed to participate. I merely heard it all from my room.
Contests?
Eric would practice shooting on the patio, and occasionally friends would join him, but I couldn't tell you if they ever argued.
They live in town, though. If they were living in one of the manors, in the Grand Soleil, then maybe they might be far enough from neighbors, to do some shooting practice, let's face it, between the elephant guy and everybody else rich there. Eccentricities is all it'd be. But practicing pistols in Scadalio, in town, that can't win them any friends, can it? Alibi?
Where were you when your brother died, Miss von Staub?
I was here painting Eric's portrait. My God, you could have asked the servants.
Alas, I needed to hear it from your lips. May I take a look at Mr. von Staub's room? His personal effects may prove invaluable in our understanding of the case.
Please do. Here's the key.
3, evidence update, and the mouse goes wild, not even touching it. It's like back in the Yakuza days all over again, when every time you move around, Kamurocho has an earthquake. See, it was fine for the longest time. I must have cleared out something with the laser, or it stopped messing up. But, given yesterday's firefights, and a Sherlock that refuses to duck, even when you mash control when a shotgun is pointed right at you, and happen to just smash the mouse down in frustration. I've traumatized the mouse is what happened. There's no mechanical fault, I'm sure. It's not dust on the laser or anything, or any disalignment. The mouse simply fears me and quivers. Servants aren't people, pish posh. They might believe that. They have a piano. The dossier I can't look through. Is that the parents?
It appears the parents are dearly missed.
Unser Geliebten Eltern, 1875, Baden-Baden, Ruhet in Frieden. My German, what is it, 2021 now? 5 years ago was my introduction to Deutsch. Shame, wish I could read it. My great-grandma picked up German. During the German occupation, she was but a girl back then. And so for me, given the choice in university, you have to learn a foreign language. You gotta take one class. And the only options are the classic French or German. Or Spanish? This is California, they would have offered Spanish too, I bet. Thought, well then, French is boring. That's like the common answer everyone takes to avoid Spanish. But they offer German, and because my mom learned German, you know, that's continuity with my own past.
Our beloved parents, 1875, Baden-Baden.
I don't know, I guess elders would be the closer direct translation. But parents would be the localized intent, because these are our parents. That's a good thing about German. German is very much English without the French bits. Grandmother, Großmutter, you know? It's very easy like that. I mean, granted, you know, there's some, like, grammatical stuff, like the past tenses and everything else, but have you read, like, Old English? So maybe Deutsch is just pure to it, because English used to be wild. So not the number 17 in D minor, Tempest. Best more. Oh, that is so cute! Wither! Grandmother in Norwegian is best mom. I love that.
How many German composers feature here?
That is actually the sweetest thing anyone could say about any language. And best fa, best dad for granddad. Oh, I love it. That's a very family thing, huh? Like, that shows you that the people in this language have that much reverence for their multi-generational kinship groups. Oh, that's outside. No, that's not outside. Oh, they got like a courtyard home.
Look at those vases, Sherry. I bet they cost a fortune. It would be a shame if someone broke them.
Well, It'd be a shame if someone broke them, but rule 2, never miss an opportunity to practice your shooting. Wow, this mouse. It just keeps jumping around, that's terrible. I've got to stop abusing my mouse.
Oh, I love it when you're reckless. Were those Limoges porcelain?
You have a keen eye.
Well, I suppose it's yours. Next time, shoot with the blindfold.
What happens? I'm not gonna shoot John. He's gonna hate that so badly, I bet. Far more, father's mother. Specifics, more, far more, far, far. More, and far sounds so cute. Far more, father's mother. More, mother's mother. More, far, mother's father. Some languages do specify. But I'm lazy, right? I'm the kind of lazy person where everyone is a cousin or an aunt or an uncle. I don't care which side you're on, cousin is cousin. If I don't know you, you're a cousin. If I don't know you and you're older, you're an aunt. Whose cousin? Whose aunt? What degree of closeness? I don't care, man. Family's family. Although the specific wordage is pretty convenient, because I do have to keep specifying, like my mother's grandmother, or my father's sister and such, you know? So it is kind of helpful to have like one word for it. The father's sister, or the father's aunt, or whatever else. Never miss opportunity to practice your shooting skills. Oh, they remind you here. And I've already satisfied that condition. The second rule has been satisfied. What's the third rule again? Third rule. Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. Oh man! And with the way this mouse is jumping around, I gotta manually save before we get to that point. But for cousins, where the siblings, parents, or opposite genders, it gets a bit tricky. Well, in that case, we take my simplified rule of everyone's a cousin, or an aunt, or an uncle, doesn't matter from where. When far is one, is more for the other, you know? I get it. We do have some pretty large and tangled family on the Palauan side, so I totally understand there's like lots of people you might refer to from whatever combination of who comes from what. Which is part of why I simplify the rules so much. I can't really keep track of who specifically comes from what line when there's so much to keep track of. Somebody further up the chain had a really happy marriage, let's say. Horse? Wait a minute. The key to Eric von Staub's room has a horse design. This has a bird. That's a bird. Is that the sister? The bird kept in a cage? Did he leave with his sister locked in her room? Whose room is this? Birds. Dr. Herbert's ointment. Oh, this is the sister's then. Mildly antiseptic. And Endliant, or skin and scalp?
An ointment by
that.
Dr. Herbert, with a lavender and pine scent.
Just taking this. And she was painting her brother's portrait, so her key was on his person when he left.
A handsome portrait of Eric. Miss von Staub does have talent.
Is this gonna be our, bullets? Our trophy for the case is painting.
The rounds have been emptied.
Emptied for paint?
The black paint looks thick. It's been mixed with something.
Gunpowder! Mixed with gunpowder. Black paint sample. Black paint and ointment. Oh, I could do the ointment too. No, casebook. Could I not analyze it? Maybe not yet. Magda's testimony is pin and talk to her. Claims she didn't leave the house, so we talked to the servants to confirm it, yeah? Oil pastels, paintbrushes. Portrait of Mama? What's the...
Excellent score.
Oh, was that yours? And your brother shot it up and you wanted to punish him. 'Cause he won't stop shooting.
The end and the beginning.
The end and the beginning. This is the ruins. And this is the vantage point from where he got shot. I bet that is.
She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains...
Okay, just as the same.
Covered the locked windows with... She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman.
Well, I think that's all the evidence for her room. And I am getting a clearer picture. Servant.
Do you know anything about this?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
The von Staub servant confirmed that Miss von Staub didn't leave the house on the day of Eric's death. Okay. I'm gonna guess she couldn't have if she was locked up in her room. And I'm assuming she was if Eric had her key. Then how'd she get out? If the key was still with him? Crime and Punishment, another copy of it. Gunpowder. Is it notable? A debt letter, dear Mr. von Staub. Thank you for your recent statement of debt owings. I assure you that I am well aware of the 70,000 gold marks to which you are entitled. Indeed, the figure lingers in my mind every time I see you at the club. Please rest assured that I am eager to put an end to your worrying, and have in fact already begun to prepare for the opportunity. Until then, I remain grateful for the patience and goodwill that accompanies men of nobility such as yourself. With some respect, FHVC. HFVC is a witness and referee and head of the Blind Dueling Club. He's got the same globe we do now. Portrait of Charles Dickens?
A wealthy man in his 60s.
Sir Barnaby Boddington, 1879.
Sir Barnaby Boddington, 1879.
There's a bonfire loop. Oh, Wither, you know what? Take your rest, man, if you want to close your eyes and just immerse in the sound of a bonfire loop or the rain loop, go for it. Because that sounds way chill. Everyone at the Blindfold Club. A little too early for it. Is it? Well, there you go then. Maybe it was too early. Then he could just immerse and not fall asleep.
A typical crest for a league or a guild.
Wait, what's the crest? Crest is cross pistols, right? Club headquarters, 190th anniversary celebration.
Club headquarters, 190th anniversary celebration.
I bet we could visit it. Key evidence. Dear Mr. Boddington, thank you for so promptly responding to my request and sending us her portrait. Magda's admiration for you has grown ever greater. I can tell she is overjoyed to soon be engaged to such a remarkable gentleman. Sending us your portrait. Oh, Mr. Boddington sent a portrait and Magda is to be engaged to him. Oh no. Many fine suitors have been seeking my sister's hand, but I believe that only a man of your caliber is worthy of becoming her husband and protector. Yvonne Staub. Boddington. Barnaby Boddington. No, JD. We don't know JD. Boddington doesn't appear to be part of this. Rifle. Isn't important. Letters. Snoop through his letters. Dear Mr. Von Stahl, we have received your application and recommendations. We will study your profile and credentials and of course inform the honorary consul you've applied for his successor, to be his successor. Yours faithfully, Maximilian Gunther, German Foreign Office. That's 5 out of 5 evidence. What about the thing at the end? Of course, no gentlemen. Today I am a cop. I can't zoom. Is this thing at the end really not of importance? Oh, Der Ring des Nibelungen by Wagner. Okay. More rifles. Pistols. Certainly not his then, since the 2 pistols were there at the scene. Missing gun case, 16 inches, La Max. Possible then? Oh, I do see some scratches on the table where it could be, or some discoloration.
This whip
No,
is well
riding
loved
prop.
and well used.
On his sister, I bet. Beating your sister with a riding crop. What's this? Oh. The North, Wales, and the West Country highlighted in red? Is he planning for the Blitz? More guns, nothing missing here. Remnant of burnt paper, can we analyze it? Burnt letters. Prussian Army Guide to Corporal Punishment, extracts from books 1 to 5. So he's... What would you put? Like... an extreme lover of German stuff. I mean, these days you'd call them MAGA and neo-Nazis, but... because they only want that part of German history. But this guy seems to be especially fond of German memorabilia, wants German foreign office, and is using Prussian military discipline to beat his sister. So now we get to analyze the letters. We can't analyze the black paint sample or the ointment box yet. Crest depicting 2 crossed revolvers tied with a blindfold. So who could we ask about this? The sister maybe? Probably not the servants. Burnt letters? Is there a way to restore burnt letters? There's like ink and everything yet. Oh, pressing X to doubt being a cop, because I have yet to shoot a single fleeing person of color. Well, that's because this Holmes, he doesn't want to shoot people. No, he loves shooting people, because every fight requires shooting people. So we have shot plenty. But he doesn't like to murder. He only wants to shoot people to the point where they surrender, and then he beats them up to arrest them. So, as far as brutalization goes, he's very much a cop. And as I noted, most of our culprits have been of color, and it's kind of become a pattern at this point. I'm not sure if that's just how the dice are rolling right now, or if that's a deliberate thing, like a deliberate design choice to kind of make it appear that these non-British people who lack the North Sea pallor are less trustworthy in the eyes of Holmes with these biases. I don't know. But it's something I have noticed. And the one time it's objectively oh no, this guy did it, he admits to it. It's, but don't you want to let him go so he can help him out? So he can help you out? It'd be really clever if that was deliberate, so that it starts making you second guess things. Okay, what have we got? -2, 1, and 2. Shouldn't be too hard then. We'll go -3, -2, then -4, minus, 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 and then reverse polarity, and that'll give me negative. Oh wait, no, that's not right. That's the wrong one. Addition. -2, -3, -3, -2, -1. No, scratch that one. Just the one. -3, -2. Oh wait, no, not negative. That's just fine as is. And this also doesn't need polarity reversing. What this needs is to be cut in half. Cut in half. And then add 1. -3, 2, and 3. No, not quite yet then. Well, in that case, why don't you just put this? -3. What about 3? What if I divide 3? What if I divide an odd number? What does that get me? 1. -1, 2, and 3. -1 or 2, 1, 2. I managed to restore some fragments. The variety in the handwriting suggests multiple authors. Miss von Staub, let me profess my love. My head and heart are still, if not for your brother's refusal. Oh, this is everybody else who's been writing, begging for her hand. And her brother's been rejecting them all and burning the letters? So the brother definitely beats and controls and locks up the woman. anything out here? They have a lovely house. I'll give him that. I present to you all the evidence to confirm. Maybe the shooter is one of her lovers. You're gonna meet for a bit? But of course with her! Do what you gotta do. Enjoy your pleasant ASMR loops. Evidence to provide. One is definitely the burnt letters.
I found burnt letters in your brother's room. I believe they were addressed to you.
To me? From
Various
whom?
suitors.
They appear to be from some of your suitors. Why did you burn them?
I didn't. I didn't even know about them. Eric, he never said a word.
Missing revolver case, do you know about that?
One of the revolver cases in your brother's room is missing. Do you know where it may be?
I'm not permitted in Eric's quarters. I suppose he must have taken it with him.
What about honorary consul?
I beg your pardon?
No? Mr. Boddington, then, your beloved-to-be.
It seems you and Mr. Boddington were to be engaged. Were you as thrilled at the prospect as your brother?
Mr. Boddington is not how I had imagined my husband. But it was Eric's choice. I didn't dare dispute it.
Picture of the men?
I don't understand.
Debt letter? Do you know about his debts?
I beg your pardon?
No? Your testimony? Didn't leave the house the day you died? Other service confirm
I beg your
it?
pardon?
The black paint? Smells of gunpowder. The paint was mixed with it.
There is an unfinished portrait of your brother in your room. Beautiful to be sure, but one detail drew my attention. Why did you add gunpowder to your black paint?
You entered my room? I thought you were only inspecting Eric's.
It is standard procedure, Miss von Staub. Now, tell me about the gunpowder.
Eric's art was his shooting, and this painting is my tribute to him. It felt appropriate. We're both artists in different ways.
All evidence collected. And she's making this sound very, very pleasant as far as sibling relationships go. But we mentioned nothing.
Oh, please, let me mourn my brother.
Of her being locked up. Nothing of the abuse.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Is there anything we could archive? No. The duel is still. The bet is still ongoing. Other duelists are potential witnesses or murderer. The lead to the club is a crest depicting two crossed revolvers tied with a blindfold. So I guess I could ask somebody about that. That's my only lead for the time being. Who could I ask?
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
I don't think he has any other lines.
Good day,
No.
officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Oh, please, let me mourn my brother.
Cordonian valet, affable, illiterate. English cook, affable, has overbite. Well, I don't think she's gonna know. Even if she is affable. Which seems to be the indicator for will they or won't they give you information. Maybe they do know. If they share a house. I'm gonna try asking the servants.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Oh, that's just John. Can't ask John stuff. Sympathetic. Hides a gun. Swedish cook.
Is this familiar to you?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
She's part of it. Eric always left by foot when wearing his yellow outfit. That's all they know. So I guess I wear yellow then wander about? Or maybe other people who wear yellow too. No hat. Nah, regular hair. Don't I look dapper? Like a colorblind version of the Riddler. Z to highlight interactions near you. What? Wait, what? Oh, that's a thing? I had no idea. I could have used that way back in day one when we couldn't see what we needed to interact with to unlock our memories of the house. We were stumped all day for nothing. We could use it at the cemetery. But I think the cemetery is fine. And now everyone gets thoughts on them. General, affable, uncomfortable shoes. Carpenter, despising, dehydrated. Yellow. Despising, a con carpenter, afraid of heights. So he dresses in yellow and then leaves by foot.
Look who's here.
If it's by foot, it's probably not too far away. Of course, I don't see anybody else dressed in yellow either. Probably should have asked that affable British general. Sympathetic Cordonian teacher?
May I ask you something?
That's a question I can answer.
I don't know why you know it, but okay. People say the symbol is of an aristocrat's manor in southern Grand Surrey. Perhaps the upper-class inhabitants there could help. So I think there it's literally just talk to sympathetic people. Find and talk to sympathetic people. We're in the border of the Grand Surrey, south. The music changes. Grand Surrey, are you upper class? Italian valet, agoraphobic, sympathetic.
Nice weather.
Are you able to help me?
I have nothing to hide, sir, but I've never heard of this.
Oh, John's gonna hate me. Well, he was just a valet. How about this dapper gentleman in the white suit? Tourist, sleeps on stomach. He's only a tourist.
What's up?
Someone who looks rich but is local. Irish noble, British fanatic and friendly.
Can I ask you a question?
That's a question I can answer.
I was told that the crest represents an honorable club at Baskerville Street, between Souls Row and Silent Ray. Access is exclusive to members only. On Baskerville, Soul and Silent. Silent and Soul. So this house then. Been closeted, probably impossible to dislodge the closet. I mean, even for the British, how many notable gay British individuals were like executed for the crime of being gay, or chemically castrated, or imprisoned otherwise? Too many. Silent and Soul. Is this one? Or is this it? The pistols, the blindfold, and I'm in uniform.
Please come in, sir. The gentlemen are waiting for you on the training ground. Down the stairs.
Okay, so this is going to be my opportunity for Role 3. Do not shed blood in a duel. So it's going to be a gunfight at the training ground, that much is obvious. But my mouse is so shaky today that I will end up shooting somebody by accident, so let me drop a manual save.
Please come in, sir. The gentlemen are waiting for you on the training ground.
Are we cooking? He always mentions coming. Blind Dueling Club, is there evidence to look at? Alois Werner von Kram, Das Alderage.
How often do you think they check the submission box? My application deserves prompt consideration.
Newspapers have nothing. They have like a clothes rack. I guess that's for their city clothes. Goes it downstairs. Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. Called it. Called it. Oh, it's a toilet. Proof that they poop.
Fancy. Not every manor has a custom floor.
That is the von Kramkrest, the old Prussian noble family. They must be patrons of the club.
The floor is so smooth and slippery. I wonder if I could skate on it.
Can't go upstairs. Club guest book. A guest book with messages from many reputable visitors to the club. An invigorating visit that reaffirmed the need to preserve German traditions across the world. Frederick Wilhelm, Crown Prince of Prussia. I was honored to meet the head of this club, Heinrich Jürgen von Kram, who does such good for our city. Long live the German-British friendship. Sir William Sinclair, Governor of Cordona. Heinrich Alois Jürgen und Kram, das Wunder. Gerian Friedrich Jürgen von Kram, der Schütze. There's a missing gun here. Gun-shaped imprint, Lamat revolver. Is this the missing gun from the brother's desk? Because who could imagine 2 Lamats in one game? Übungssaal. Look, I gotta be equal opportunity with languages I butcher. I am slaughtering languages, both west and east. Yep, that's fight time! Okay, gotta make sure I don't shoot anyone on the skin. No bloodshed. Oh, but they got armor and stuff.
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
Oh, my mouse is acting up.
Can overcome the brute now.
Wait, hold on. This should be painful. Why is it hurting? Mouse, please.
Don't
Do you think on the
moving.
controller this would be like
You've
2
lost.
sticks?
I'm gonna hurt you.
Right stick in one configuration, then I don't know, base keys or something? Come on, quit chasing me around. Give me your arm. I can't shoot your arm with this back. Really, I'm almost dead. Don't you dare turn.
The snuff's ready.
I can't... See, this is what's so stupid about this game, right? This is what makes this extremely stupid as far as the combat system goes. The articles of importance are 2 arm guards, a face mask, and his hat. To shoot off his hat, I must first remove his face guard. But his face guard cannot be shot off unless his arm guards are both gone. You shoot off both arm guards, then you're allowed to shoot off his face mask, and once his face mask is gone, then you may shoot his hat. The intent is that this is a clever, brash Holmes who's not afraid to play dirty, and so you shoot environment stuff to stun them, you shoot pieces of armor off, but it has to be so specific that it just becomes a chore. What they should have done is permit him to be more brawlery type, and if you have the opportunity to shoot off pieces of armor to make it easier, or whatever else, then you could augment that on top of it. Because as is, it's just a bad puzzle where you gotta run around with things shoot at you.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
Well, it was too close. And then I got stunned and shot again. Then I gotta wait for him to stand up so his face mask can come up.
It's all yours now.
Then snuff
Go
him.
for it.
I don't trust the mouse. Yeah, I think a controller must have been like left stick in a direction and then mash it. There's more? No! With more arm, and he's got a shotgun. He doesn't have anything on him, so I could just use the environment. Oh my goodness, this stupid mouse. I could have had him so many times that it kept jerking.
I'm coming for you.
They make him
Take
say
a
the
rest,
exact
my
same
friend.
things but in different accents.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I didn't shoot him, did I? Where are these shots going? What the heck is he shooting at then, if not him?
Don't bother moving.
I don't think I shot him, but it's really hard to tell. He didn't seem to react. This guy is unarmed, right? This is what makes it especially stupid. The guy, he's unarmored. There's no reason I can't just punch him out and fight. Clearly I do know how to fight, because you stunned them, and then you beat them up a bit and they fall over, but you're not allowed to, because the game demands you shoot something first. He's got an explosive bottle on his back, but I can't access that unless I shoot him in the front. So I have to use something environmental or the snuff. Just come on over, man. Come on over, shoot this if it stun you. This is so much fun, guys. You won't believe how much fun I'm having here.
I'm coming.
Don't cry. The snuff's ready.
Wait a minute. I just realized something. What are the takedowns? Some of the takedowns is I shoot them in the foot. That better not count against me if he does takedowns. I shoot the foot. Maybe he doesn't use it in this sequence.
No.
Is the game okay? It's like stuttering here. You alright, game? How's the stream looking? It's all smooth on this end, right? It's all smooth on this end.
For you until next month.
More armored shotgun. At least the left side is a harder one, so...
Get ready for some pain!
Oh, that was definitely blood! The blood shot out that time, you could see it! Cover your ears, please. Cover your ears. Where's my comfort juice? Where's my coconut? Taking so long to load is actually giving a bar. A percentage.
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
Time to knock this guy out.
Yeah, it's too far down. And this hat wasn't highlighted, so it's in a mask of some kind.
Too simple.
Can overcome the brute now.
I shot him on the face, but didn't take the mask off, and I don't know if that counts as shot him in the face or not, so... Can't take any chances with it. Didn't take 2 minutes this time.
Killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
Time to knock this guy out.
Eat lead!
don't trust the shooting system, so gonna wait till he's closer. Because being shot in the face mask is totally not
No
stunning.
more crime for you until next month.
Only the hat. Oh, look at these jerks. Come on, get closer. There you go.
I'm coming for you.
Take a rest.
Petition
Give him
to
the pepper
remove
snuff.
any I'm coming lines and deviations therein. His hat can't come off yet, so the mask.
Time to knock this guy out.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
Snuff's ready. There we go.
Take a rest, my friend.
Mein Freund.
I'm coming for you.
He shot the foot. But I don't know if that counts. I really hope that doesn't. I don't know if it does though. This is a stupid kind of game when it wants to be stupid. In which it might count with the finishers, which you have to do. And it's random which one you use.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
See, this guy is not wearing a face mask. He's got no protection except for that at his arms, and he can't use a snuff on him. Because armor on the arms blocks snuff pieces.
I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Couldn't do it, fine then. Snuff it is.
I couldn't miss the party.
Another one.
Too simple.
It also says don't shed blood, right? Do not shed blood at duels or other club meetings. Is it go? It probably shouldn't count finishers then. In that case, since lots of the finishers required to finish the fights do have bloodshed. Just don't shoot him probably. Don't deliberately by choice shoot him. Let's play with the last guy.
Eat lead.
Don't cry, you'll live.
The snuff's ready.
Okay, good. It's over with. Now please tell me that satisfies all 3 rules.
I must say, Sherry, that was near perfect.
John's
Could
challenge
it be that you're
won.
not completely hopeless?
3rd rule has been satisfied. Well, let's go investigate then. Blind Dueling Book Club. The club was founded in 1689 by August von Krom after a notorious bet. He had to kill 22 ducks at a moonless night in order to win the attentions of beautiful Lady Hedwig. Unfortunately, that was too dark, and he killed 2 innocent wanderers instead. After losing both the bet and his beloved, August vowed to master the art of shooting and so founded the Blind Shooting Club. To prove their skills, members had to shoot through a screen. This task quickly became monotonous, so members began practicing with blind duels. The club's name thereby changed to the Blind Dueling Club. In 1777, after the death of one of the members, important changes took place. including the replacement of real bullets with homemade blank cartridges. The club split into several houses that exist now in different countries to keep the tradition of German sharpshooting alive. Cordona.
All these places are perfectly secluded, ideal for private duels.
So, the forest is often used, the old ruins. Southeast Grand Surrey, I don't know. But the old Hospitaller Fort is in the old city, that's pinned. Bottle.
A nice apricot aroma. Marilyn schnapps, I presume. Half full.
And the scripts. Telegraphs. Collection of telegrams. First telegram. Can't come, I fear for my life. Must leave Cordona at once. Sorry, be careful, Dorfman. Is there something targeting members of the club? Second telegram. These blasted anarchists are everywhere. It's their fault. I shall come to our emergency assembly at once. And I'll bring gunmen. Hasn't come. So maybe this is then actual bullets they were using, assuming themselves to be attacked. Third telegram, I'll be there. Alas, poor von Staub. What a loss. Who was it? The English left-handed duelist? Von Munchausen. Glasses.
2 glasses with dregs of alcohol. Should I pour us a drink, John?
Well, John hasn't said no, has he? At a broken glass. From our fight, who knows?
Glass crushed underfoot with damp traces still visible.
We did shoot up everyone here, so does it exactly mean anything? That door's different, but I can't leave yet. Okay, I've made a complete 360 around the room. Moving target.
Clever system.
So, collection of telegrams, other club members. I was engaged in a fight with 2 members of the blind dueling club and won. Was I engaged with 2? That seems like a lot more than 2. There were 3 glasses and one's gone missing. But one smashed. What's it looking for? What's it pinging? Oh, steps. To a secret in the wall. Secret lever. It is a barrel of a gun, Doc! Boom! Oh, it's a button. That's also cool.
Who the devil are you? I won't go down without a fight.
John, we're in his
Sherlock
side.
Holmes. And if I wanted a fight, you would already be on the floor. Fortunately for you, I'm merely here to ask a few questions.
Is that so? Well, come on, pretty boy. How about I fix that nose of yours? Give it a bit more character.
Enough. Your compatriots attacked me and I responded. They still have their lives, unlike Mr. von Staub.
True. At least you are not a murderer. Fine, you may speak.
See, you see, if the primary combat system here was brawling, on top of which you could shoot environments or pieces off your enemies to add cleverness to the brawling, then they would have a system here where Von Kram would be like, "Oh, I'm angry," and you're like, "Oh, fine, whatever," and then you duke it out. You have like a boss brawl, and then afterwards, he's like, "If I wanted you dead, you would have been killed already," or whatever, you know? And he's like, "Ah, this is true, Peakschwein. All right, you may speak." But nah, They had to go all in on the shooting things off of people and the environment. And so they tied their own hands here. He has eyeballs. A glass eye. I don't think glass eye denotes poor eyesight. I think that means he's blind in one eye. Paint or a bloodshot? Paint maybe? Possibly blood? Marksman medal? Champion badge? Best shooter in the club? A ring? What is this? The Von Krom crest. And dirt from the old ruins. So he's a possible suspect. This is Heinrich Fugen von Kram. HFVC. Well, that's... Oh, no. Yeah, he's the founder. Not the founder, the head of the club. HFVC. So he was there as a referee. He was definitely there. If there was no fourth person, then it was him. If there was a fourth person, he's a witness. He descends from German nobiliary. From the start, this is Heinrich Fugen von Kram, head of the Blind Dueling Club. Descends from German nobiliary, as his rich signet ring attests, and suffers from very poor sight, though he conceals it well. He turned his disability into a strength, becoming the Blind Suitor Club champion, and wears a badge to prove it. Taken as a whole, these traits suggest a confident and prideful personality. His yellow club outfit bears the evidence that he was at the fatal duel. The dirt on his knee is the same as the ruins, and the red spot on one of the sleeves is not the result of my recent fight. Furthermore, his initials match the signature of the referee on the duel oath. That explains his nervousness. Mr. von Kram may have got dirt on his trousers while kneeling to him and Eric. Well, the dark red spot on his sleeve could be from a non-lethal bullet shot at him by his opponent. Or is he a valuable witness? It would seem that Mr. von Kram knelt on the ground while trying to help Eric von Stau. That explains the dirt on his trousers, and the dark red spot on his sleeve. Eric's blood. As sometimes, going to open it to a vote. Is he a possible witness or a possible suspect? 30 seconds. While I munch on some lemons that have been marinating in a mixture of soy sauce and salt and some spicy mix a family friend made. So good. Mm. 5 seconds left, and it's neck and neck. Possible suspect, witness, 0% against 0%. And it has decided that he is a possible witness who knelt to help Eric.
So you are Mr. von Kram, one of the club's best shots, the referee of the deadly duel, and witness to Mr. von Staub's murder.
Incorrect. I am the best shot at the club. Heinrich Fugen von Kram. But how did you know I was there?
Your initials.
Your clothes, Mr. von Kram. The dirt on your trousers confirms your presence in the old ruins. And your jacket features a bloodstain from your attempts to save Mr. von Staub.
That is impressive.
It is merely inferential. Now, a few questions, if I may.
Be my guest. I have nothing to hide.
Do I still have him wearing the good makeup? I think he is. Got a bit of scar on his forehead, over his eyebrow. Okay. But I think he might possibly be a culprit, a suspect as well. If he had romantic dalliances with the sister, if he knows how controlling the brother is, and he's a club member, he might, and did not approve of the lady's marriage to Boddington. Where are the other duelists? I shot them, and then they melted into the floor.
I'd like to speak with the other competitor.
He left the island.
Oh.
Mr. Dorfman was sure that the killer was after him. He is innocent, I assure you.
Indeed, from his position it would be impossible to fire the bullet at such a downward trajectory, but he was a witness. Shame. So, what transpired in the old ruins?
Everything began as normal. The signatures, choice of weapons. I checked it all, and then blindfolded the duelists. Eric stood to my left, and his opponent, Mr. Dorfman, to my right. Before they could begin, the killer fired. And I'm sure it was not Dorfman.
Why are you so sure?
The sound was different. Not a Webley revolver, and further away. The killer must be an excellent shot to hit the heart.
So maybe not the sister directly. And she was locked up in her room, and I assume she was locked in her room since the brother had the key, but the key was found at the scene of the crime, and she was still wandering about her boudoir with the piano the next day. Well, the chamber really, but... So maybe a second key. How'd she get out? But then it would have to be someone who's a good shot. And the gun case was found here.
You said the killer was an excellent shot. Do you suspect someone from the club?
Definitely not. No one from the club would break our rules.
Did you or the other duelist see the murderer?
No. The killer slipped away into the hills, so we turned our attention to Eric. Rest his soul.
And neither of you pursued the culprit?
I will not have my character impugned. We had only blank cartridges and a fallen friend at our feet. He was our focus.
Someone did shoot up. There was a stain.
What transpired after the shooting?
I heard Eric cry out and fall. Mr. Dorfman turned and fired at the killer, but I shouted at him to stop and help.
So that's confirmed.
I tried to save Eric, but it was too late. He was gone.
Okay, what can we show him? Didn't kill Eric von Staub, nor did JD. There was a fourth person in the ruins who fired. Other club member. Well, that's him, so. Collection of telegrams. You fear for your life. And anarchists are everywhere. What's this about?
I've never seen this before.
What? Lies. Missing revolver. What about the rules? We have satisfied all the rules. Can we join the club?
I don't know what you're talking about.
A glass case in von Krom's manor was empty. The Lamette revolver that was previously on display is missing. What about that?
You have a nice collection of pistols, Mr. von Kram.
Ah, a fellow connoisseur of firearms. Did something catch your eye?
What caught my eye is a missing Lamette. Where is it?
Ah, that one. I lost it in a bet. A rare failure of mine.
To who? With
a
who?
bet with whom?
That's private, Mr. Holmes, and unrelated to your investigation.
Not that the Lamette was used.
I can't help you with this.
Don't want to brag about how beloved the club is. Burnt letters.
I've never seen this before.
Missing gun
I don't know what
case.
you're talking about.
Do you know about von Staub wanting to join the honorary council?
I don't know what you're talking about. I can't help you with this.
Debt letter. HFVC. You knew about his debt.
It seems you owed Mr. von Staub a small fortune.
A fortune to you, perhaps, but a trifle to me. Our debts ebbed and flowed. In our next contest, there was every chance I would win it back. Eric was too concerned about all that. Frankly, he often lacked the demeanor of a nobleman. His progressive tendencies could be grating.
I don't know about progressive. The guy locked up his sister in her room, decided her marriage is for her, beat her with a riding crop. He seems very traditional. Didn't leave her house that day. Anything about Magda von Staub?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The black paint?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lavender and
I
pine
can't help you with
trees.
this. I can't help you with this.
You don't want to talk about Magda? Webley revolver with blank cartridges.
I can't help you with this.
The incident from 1 year ago.
Last year, there was a similar incident in which a duelist died. What can you tell me?
A tragedy. I shot too well, and my opponent stumbled from the impact. He slipped and fell down the cliff. I regret it all. I have not participated in a duel since. Instead, I only take the role of a referee and supervise the proceedings for safety. I swore that no other club member would die in a duel. Alas, someone else intervened.
A wax bullet hits too hard, and so he falls backwards. Duel in the ruins.
I've never seen this before.
The dual oath?
I've never seen this before.
You've never seen the dual oath before, Mr. HFVC. The rules.
I've never seen this before.
You've never seen the rules before. The Lamat.
As it happens, a Lamat .42 caliber revolver was discovered at the crime scene. You said you were missing a Lamat, yes?
I did, but my Lamat was a .36 caliber.
And you can prove that?
My word is proof enough. If I said it, it is true.
To evidence updated. Didn't kill Eric. 42 caliber Lamat revolver. What else do I do then? History. Could investigate here. A token gratitude for your generosity.
How to sharpen one's senses.
That's back down. Okay, from here, yeah? A letter. From who?
Arrived just yesterday.
I don't see a return address. Don't mind me, just snooping through your letters.
Addressed to Heinrich von Kram and written with a nervous hand.
Eric. Having a von Kram in the position of honorary consul is the only way to earn the respect of other countries. Your name is too small for the state position. My noble Prussian family is a guarantee that the Empire can and will stand above all other nations. H.F. von Kram. Eric's response is written on the other side of the letter. Heinrich. Good grief, what nonsense! Your family line has been corrupted by excess. You are the last and best example of this decadence, this fin de race. A dying breed. Our empire needs better men, stronger, more modern. Do you truly believe such a superficial person, burdened with debts, gambling with his blood, should be entrusted with the responsibilities of the state? Moreover, have you ever known a cripple to be held up as a figurehead of his country? Ouch. What, has he never heard of FDR? I am the only legitimate candidate to replace a German honorary consul in Cordona. Bear yourself the embarrassment and withdraw your candidacy before your weaknesses are made public. Eric von Staub. So now we have two potential candidates. The sister or someone romantically involved with her, or who seeks vengeance on her behalf. Or von Kram, who has been insulted by this threat to his position, and who he owes debts to. He claims it's no big deal. But if it's no big deal, why is he not paid it off?
A remarkable tool to conveniently enhance anything. I could use one for my analysis. Recordings labeled in Braille.
In Braille?
Your ability to perceive the world can be developed with work and concentration.
Genealogy tree. Professor Stoltz, ophthalmologist, Kinderkrankenhaus. He's been to the Krankenhaus. Von Kram family donates 5,000 Thaler to the Kohn Children's Hospital. He's blindfolded here. Does he have two glass eyes? Or just the one?
Doesn't appear to be the happiest childhood.
Cecilia von Kram mit Heinrich. Cologne, 1864. Mein Wunder.
Cecilia von Kram with Heinrich. Cologne, 1864. Mein Wunder.
No, Wanda is pronounced with a V. A personal letter to talk to him about his character profile. He has also studied a lot of material to assist the blind in sharpening their other senses. Okay, so this is a late 1800s class, and we are looking at... Wait, no, hold on. Ah, wrong disability. But it is the late 1800s. German or Prussian stock. And disability. Are we looking at integration in such a way that the disabled person has to change something of themselves to better adopt to society around them? Or encouraging their own ways and learning for their own agency? Which do we expect with the German method? Accuse. Provide evidence. Because we have...
I can't help you with this.
Personal
You
letter?
and Eric were competing for the position of honorary consul, yes? Quite the title.
We were, but he stood no chance. Only a true nobleman could take such a role.
Difficult for him to contest it now.
You noticed more at the duel? Surely he did.
There must be more you can recall from the day of the duel.
I wish. My eyes make me a poor witness, I'm afraid.
Yes, your blindness. An affliction since childhood, one presumes. No scars on your face, and you carry yourself with confidence.
I'm starting to see your worth, Mr. Holmes.
But this limitation developed your other senses and made you an excellent marksman. So, tell me, did you notice anything else?
I do recall a floral smell. Something artificial. It was sweet and fresh and came from the direction of the killer.
There is more we can provide then. And it does seem more and more likely that it was his sister, if he's saying the truth. Something floral.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The ointment?
Do you recognize this scent?
Yes. This is it. The smell I noticed at the ruins. Where did you get it? Do you know who killed Eric? Tell me his name.
I need to be elsewhere.
It's the sister, isn't it? Key evidence collected? All evidence? Where's all evidence? It's not all evidence yet. Only key evidence? But there's no more here, is there? Could I talk to him about this? No, I can only accuse.
I need to be elsewhere.
And the personal letter's the only thing then. That still has an icon above it. I might be missing something. Corridor first mentioned. I'll put there. Servant of the bravest, strongest, most fearsome citizens of the island. I might be missing something, but for now it has been like 4 hours. So roughly 2 since the last break. So gonna toss it a BRB. Get to watch the ponies dance around. Will I toss on some music? And back in a few. Alright, I'm back. More Sherlock time?
Please come in, sir. The gentlemen are waiting
If
for
there
you on the
is-
training ground.
If there is still evidence here, I wonder what it is. If there's anything else I could interact with? Because I do want to get as
The
much
floor is
evidence as I
so
can.
smooth and slippery. I wonder if I could skate on it.
I cannot show any more evidence to this fellow, because it just becomes accuse.
Recordings labelled in Braille. Recordings labelled in Braille.
Accuse is all I can do.
I need to be elsewhere. How to sharpen one's senses.
Look, Sherry, I'm head of the club.
The portrait, anything? Stained glass is a dud. Anything else downstairs I might have missed? Nothing else requires keen senses, right? Just find this place, I did, and talk to someone about this. So, I'm not sure what else they want from me. Is there any other evidence that I might have overlooked?
All these places are perfectly secluded, ideal for private duels.
Where am I in the map? We're down here. What's over here then? This is the other place that was marked on the map.
The same ingredient was used in the dueling revolver's ammunition.
There, all evidence. Got it. That's all I needed. It doesn't even add to the evidence, just a thing they want me to look at. Okay, let's go talk to the sister then. Opportunity to explore the island and earn some money. If it says so. Von Staub residence. See what time it is. What have we done today so far? Did some memory stuff. Cleared out the last case. Done this right away. So really, 1.5 cases. Not even half. 1 case at a 10. Okay, gotta change back to police. And yeah, I am still wearing the cool makeup. Smooth and gracile, a little bit rough, and lined up. Holmes, are you okay? His head is like twitching about. But only at this angle. Oh, no. At this angle, his face doesn't know what to do.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub, we're
Going on a trip, miss?
Oh, she is
No,
packed up.
I'm leaving permanently. This place brought me nothing but sorrow. I am sorry. What do you want?
To accuse.
Thank you for your time, miss.
So we can't ask her anything else. So there's definitely bad blood between the two. Fourth person of the ruins, maybe. Passed John's test. Been to the house. Guest book, it's a place of prestige. Frederick Wilhelm, Crown Prince of Prussia, likes the club, as does the governor of Cordona. So I think that when it comes to the letter and their competition to see who gets to be the honorary consul, that von Krum was the shoo-in. And if anyone was going to be murdered to secure the position, it was going to be von Krum then. Because Eric is no competition. Missing revolver. A missing revolver of the Lamont make. Received application and recommendations. Informed the honorary consul he've applied to be his successor, but no word back. Missing gun case may or may not be the same. Burnt letters. Debt of HFBC to Eric. So if Eric dies, there goes the debts. Which may be an issue, maybe the only thing that might hinder his honorary consul position. Miss von Staub didn't leave the house the day of Eric's death. That's the one thing then that really holds this up. Oh, spilled my lemon. Is the servants didn't see her. She has access to gunpowder. Lavender and pine tree. Duel in the ruins, duel old club rules. 42 caliber Lamont revolver. Found on the crime scene. I don't know.
Are you able to help me?
Officer, you should ask someone else. I've no idea, honestly.
But we have no other people to ask.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Sympathetic, allergic to seafood. Maybe there is somebody who knows something else. All I can do is accuse, though. So both people were blindfolded. The only other witness has run off. Church to say Nicholas. Oh no, I see unstable bitrate. Is this gonna be a once per day thing? Well, that's weird. I'm getting 6,000 kilobytes per second on OBS. Was it unstable before? And Twitch dashboard is just now catching up. It says fine now. And it's still a 4-hour session. And there's no never disconnection of the laptop, so who knows? Must just be like a momentary hiccup. Pollution fountain. Anybody else out around here?
I'm terribly sorry, sir. Club members only. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Club members only.
Anything around the club? Nothing around the club. Alright. Dress back as that then. So all evidence has been found. It's just down to
Please come
making
in, sir.
an accusation.
The gentlemen are waiting for you on the training ground. Down the stairs.
The floor is so smooth and slippery. I wonder if I could skate on it.
I could only accuse.
I need to be elsewhere.
Alright. Can we look at this? Can we confirm the caliber by looking at it? It doesn't appear so. We know there's a missing one in there. What if we use it here? Nothing here. Prussian noble, almost blind and friendly. What if you leave it down to personality? Because I think it's a sister. Maybe the sister has the servants on her payroll? Or they're sympathetic to her? But are willing to lie for her? If only they could react to like deviations in your disguise if you come back looking wrong. But officer, what happened to your beard? Oh, I shaved it. Turns out I don't look good with facial hair. It was against regulations.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Loves painting, friendly, German noble. Greek butler, friendly, breeds bees.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Has anything changed upstairs? I doubt it. Sympathetic, sleep problems, free cook.
Is this familiar to you?
I'm sorry, but I can't help, officer.
There should be nothing else different here. Missing gun case, 16 inches. We knew that already. Well, I'm gonna peg the sister. And this title, The End and the Beginning. This is like perfectly set up. This is very suspicious. Maybe she's unpracticed here. And it's such a good recreation. Yeah, that's way too suspicious. I think it was her. I'm gonna go pick the sister. Jack Hughes.
I think the time has come to be honest with each other, Miss von Staub. I'll start with my confession. I misled you in our previous meeting. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I do not work for the police.
What? I don't understand.
But we do.
In actuality, I was independently investigating your brother's death and came to an unexpected conclusion.
How? Why?
It was not a tragic accident, miss. It was cold-blooded murder. And I know the culprit.
No. Who is he?
Nice try, but as you well know, I'm talking to the culprit right now.
What? Are you out of your mind?
Certainly not. Allow me to explain how you killed your brother.
Okay. This is the second time we've had one of these. What were the means of the crime? The means of the crime is a Lamat revolver, surely.
The missing box in your brother's room contained a Lamat, the same weapon used for the murder. You stole it to kill your brother.
What? No. Eric was obsessed with guns. I bet he simply left that revolver somewhere else.
Yes, it was left somewhere else. The crime scene. Abandoned in panic, a typical feminine response.
Wow.
No, I've never been to that cursed place.
Uh-huh. Window of opportunity. Personal letter. Alas, poor Von Stahl, what a loss. Fear for my life, must leave Cordona at once. Careful, Dorfman. Club guest book. Burned letters. Window of opportunity. That letter. Eager to put an end to your worrying. I've already begun to prepare for the opportunity. Sister of the deceased claims she didn't leave the house the day he died, and the servants confirm that she didn't leave the house. Profile. Window of opportunity. Well, the window of opportunity is a duel, right?
None of that makes a whit of sense.
What?
This is monstrous.
Progress will be lost. What happens if I abort the accusation?
A moment, if I may.
This is talk.
My name.
What?
No.
This is absurd.
What? Oh, come
I've
on,
never even been to
I
that
was just
cursed
looking all
place.
through. So space selects things. Now I know.
A moment.
Never did before.
How?
It would.
No.
Nice.
What?
So.
Okay. So if I press space here,
The missing box.
that does that.
Yes, it was left somewhere.
No, I've
Never been to the accursed place. We have all the evidences. If it's not the duel itself. 3 came for a duel, blindfolded.
You hid behind the wall in the ruins.
So it is a duel,
None
it's the
of
wrong
the
duel
others
one.
present could have killed Eric from that position. Both the duelists were blindfolded, and Mr. von Kram is ill-sighted.
so nobody saw anything. Your imagination has run wild.
Ah, but you forget one thing. A blind man's other senses grow stronger. Mr. von Kram detected a lavender and pine scent. That of your ointment.
You're taking the word of a sightless man. This is monstrous.
He's got a nose. And the motive. The motive is going to be the letter to Mr. Boddington. The engagement she does not want.
It is your brother who was monstrous. He was a tyrant and you could tolerate his abuse no longer.
Living with Eric was a nightmare, yes. But he was my brother.
Now, Miss von Staub, take your time. Tell me the truth.
After our parents died, my life slowly became hell. My brother began to humiliate me. Then he became violent. Each day he'd invent a new punishment. Shut my room, burn my paintings, starve me. And without fail, I would be beaten. All visits were forbidden, all contact verboten. I was his caged bird, his pet. When we did go out, he used me to bait influential people. He sold me to Mr. Boddington simply to earn a place amongst this island's elite.
Was that not freedom from your brother?
He sold me as a thing, sir. Who do you think this gentleman was? I could not endure more cruelty. Mr. Holmes, I'm begging you. Please don't do this to me. Don't throw me from one cage to another.
What choice do we have, though? She murdered her brother. She might get leniency. They'll let her out in some time, right? Should we get like 10 years or so, then freedom? Can't let you go, I'm afraid. A murder is a murder.
The law is the law and murder is murder. You should have sought freedom through more civil means.
The sickness of men runs deep. You dare speak to my civility. You dare tell me what I must endure. All of you are the same. You may look down on us, but make no mistake, we are staring up at you, and one day there will be a reckoning.
I mean, look, she managed to leave the house, right? She was locked in her room, but she left the house enough to leave, to murder the bro. She could have left, she could have ran away. A new entry in John's diary. Sadness. John, what's wrong? Poor Miss von Staub. Sherlock showed her no compassion in what were cruel circumstances. But at least she's free of her brother. Aww.
I have no regrets, but I know that you will.
She did give him a rather mean lashing. There, that's that. How's my bucks? Bucks is 110. So
Sherlock, she didn't deserve that. She just wanted to be free. Where's your compassion?
They're really rubbing it in deep. No, I'm gonna keep it. I'm sorry. The abuse is terrible, but she did have a means to leave. So in this case...
Did you hear, Basilio?
Basilio who? Coppello's company. Dead of the safe and under your mattress. Press scandal. Amor Coppello company. Claims innocence. Dead and safe. Company claims innocence.
Did you hear?
I got too close. My curiosity has been piqued by talk that Basilio Coppello, the owner of the famous Armor Coppello Home Security Company, has been arrested. His situation is quite peculiar. A man named Niccolo Detti has been found dead inside a safe in Basilio's store. Basilio claims innocence, but the evidence is against him. He's being held at the holding cell at the police station.
In the police? Let's pretend to be cops, eh? We can just stand around and look confused.
Iron coffin. Disguise. Holding cells at a police station. John suggests that I should join the police or at least pretend as much. Should it reveal to any of the suspects that I am not actually an officer? Alright. I'm down for more police play. Or for more disguise play, mostly. So, less makeup is more policey. Even if the makeup makes you look more weathered. Pretty police is more police than weathered police. Well, it says artist tan, right? But this looks more rugged and worn than this does, which is straight up baby-faced. But alright, if that's police, that's police. Although, deluxe glamour makes no difference. Beautiful is police. Pretty is police. Worn and weathered from the sun, less police. We shall be beautiful. Facial hair doesn't seem to make a difference, except if it's that. They don't want scrub, they want like actual hairs. Okay, this would be Cop Sherlock this time. Holding cells.
Oh, what a long day.
Never reveal to anyone that we're Sherlock. Can do. No, can't go that far in. Is that for like, I don't know. Insert joke here. Was it? No. He's got a suit. Must be you.
Excuse me, but are you Mr. Capello? My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm hoping you could
No,
spare
he
a
failed
moment to
already!
talk.
Manners, what a pleasant surprise. Most of your colleagues have lacked even the simplest of common courtesies.
I'm an honorable cop, lie.
You're a suspect, sir, but not yet a criminal. I shan't treat you as such. Your case is refreshingly unusual, and I wish to get to the bottom of it.
Manners and enthusiasm. Huh. May you go far, young man. What can I help you with?
Okay, so who is this one? He's got a focused look. A smart tie. New elegant clothes, fresh and fashionable. But rough knuckles. Bruised hand, recent trauma. Married. Tight on the finger. Basilio Capello was a local proprietor of the famous Armor Capello safe, locked door, and home security company in Cordona. He is currently being held in police station holding cells as a prime suspect for Niccolo Detti's murder. Early 40s, flair for the new and fashionable. He keeps his frustrations bottled up while at the police station, but could be prone to violence. Or is he methodical? A methodical man who puts his business and principles above all else, keeps calm and focused despite being arrested, has a bruise on his hand, possibly had to defend himself recently, and values his family life. The ring is tight on his finger, you know? He's never taken it off, it seems. Flair for the new and fashionable, keeps frustrations bottled up and can be prone to violence. Result of a fight, impulsive or methodical. Business and principles above all else, calm and focused despite the arrests. Initiate das Vote. Which is basically a little break for me to enjoy more of this delicious, delicious lemon. Lemon is so much better with a bit of salt, salt and spiciness in it. You know, 2 key memories led me to begin eating lemons recreationally. One is a very early memory of a business party my dad had in Saipan when I was like very, very small, like 2 or 3 years old. And I was too young, right, to partake in the drink, so I just had my Shirley Temple. I got to eat the cherry. it was a sweet enough tasting drink. But everyone else really, they were partying, they were screaming, they were having their margaritas. And of course, the margarita, there was a lemon, there was a salt around the rim, and I guess someone was made to lick the salt or whatever. And so, in my memory, that was interpreted as, oh, lemons, you eat them with the salt. A child, I don't know the margaritas, I don't know the drinking, I just see that they're having the lemon with the salt. And, that's food. They eat lemon with salt. Okay. It tastes saltier, really brings out the lemon, but that's an experience. And the other was my grandma on my dad's side. Which one's that? Hold on. It was over an hour ago, so when I refreshed, it disappeared on the Twitch dashboard. Scrolly. Father's father then is far more, since it was my grandma on dad's side. Swedish ancestry, but mostly, country gal from Nebraska and Arkansas stock. Her family was in the US longer than grandpa's side, who came over from Italy in the 20th century, early 20th century. But she would talk about how in her days they'd eat lemons. And wouldn't you know it? She had a lemon tree, and lots of relatives grew lemons, and they were pretty sweet. And so, combine to Guinea today, who eats lemons that are especially salty. Okay, so this is an impulsive Basilio then.
You are surprisingly composed for a man accused of murder. Not so easily shaken, I take it.
Life is full of surprises. You'd be astonished how many deals go sour due to a force majeure. One becomes skilled at adapting. I am confident this will all be set straight. Until then, I will endure.
And yet your fist tells a different story. It seems you recently found yourself in a fight.
A fight? I'm afraid not, young man. It was a minor mishap, with none such adventure. To succeed in life, you don't need to fight. One must simply be smart and persistent.
He is methodical.
I'm speaking from experience.
Also helps that, item food has lots of, what do we call it? Cocoa? Where we pickle lots of things. Cucumbers, mangoes, young mango, young papaya. Love our spicy fruits.
Please, tell me how you ended up in this situation.
Well, this morning some clients arrived to finalize their purchase of a Capello modular safe. But when we opened the door, out tumbled a dead man.
And I take it this wasn't normal?
No, I normally keep my corpses in the wardrobe. Please, young man, spare me your wit. The rest of the day was a blur. I recognized the victim, and it seems so did the police. That was enough to make me the main suspect.
Who sent for the authorities?
No one. As it happens, we had a break-in last night. Nothing was stolen, but for insurance purposes, the report had to be made. So, police officers just happened to be on the premises when we discovered the body in the safe.
Isn't it possible that he tried to break in, broke in, went into the safe to find something, and then locked himself in?
I'd like to inquire about the burglary.
I'm not sure I see the connection, but if you wish to know more, talk to Billy Lloyd, the night watchman. He scared off the thief.
Was it also Billy that discovered the burglar?
No, my wife did. She had stayed late yesterday. Poor Augusta. At least she's safer with the police than at home alone.
And the customers?
You mentioned you were showing your wares to some prospective buyers when the safe was opened. Who were they?
Clerks from the bank. They inspected the safe from top to bottom yesterday. I assumed the sale was just a formality at that point.
And the safe was closed?
It's usually open, but it locks automatically when the door swings closed. That's another marvelous Capello invention.
So he could have locked himself in.
A coffin that locks itself. Marvelous indeed.
I couldn't ask him if he knew the person.
Help
Maybe
me
next
grasp
time.
your movements yesterday. What time did you meet the customers from the bank, and did you have any other appointments?
Yesterday, the bank clerks arrived at 10 a.m. Afterwards, I was alone in the office until my wife Augusta came in at 3 p.m. I left for home at 6:30 p.m.
And what about this morning?
Our meeting for the demonstration was set for 9 a.m. I arrived about half an hour prior in order to prepare.
I have one final inquiry. Do you recall the time at which the safe door was closed?
Young man, I may just as well ask you when you closed your cigar case. I have opened our safes a dozen times a day for a dozen years. I do not recall.
There we go. Do you know the victim?
You say you became the suspect when the police identified the victim. Is there history between you?
Surely you jest. That man and I have never met, and never would, unless he became the first deity in history to use our products.
Some sort of family feud? I'm afraid I'm not familiar.
You must be new to Godona. It's an old tale. Back in Italy, generations ago, the deities tried to ruin our family business. They nearly succeeded.
And now you have a
The
deity
Capellos
vendetta?
rightfully struck back, but there has been bad blood ever since.
And does that blood flow in you too?
I told you, sir, it's an old story, or it was. I fear this horrible event portends worse to come. My wife may be in danger as we speak.
Well, Mr. Capello, I think that's all I need from you at present. Where can I find your office?
Here, take my card. Billy should be on site to assist with the investigation. And please, sir, would you check on my wife before you depart?
Sure,
Thank you.
she's a witness.
I will endeavour to speak with her before I leave the station.
Please, treat her gently. Women lack our resilience when it comes to ordeals like this.
Wow.
I shall eagerly await your
Sherlock and you
return.
both.
After all, there's little else I can do.
Come on, Sherry. Say, I am the law.
I am the law. Okay, talk to people of interest. Billy the Night Watchman at the Armor Capello office on Adler Street to the east of St. Clement's Cathedral to Scadalio, and the wife Augusta currently in the police station. Currently in the police station, but should be upstairs.
Mrs. Capello, please wait in the office. The inspector will be here soon.
Mrs. Capello? Where is she? I heard somebody mention Mrs. Capello, but I don't see her. Inspectors? You?
You must be the inspector.
Sure.
Would you be Augusta Capello?
Must I really repeat myself to every baby-faced man in uniform that strides in?
It's a beautiful face! See, I should have put some scars or something on there. Then we definitely wouldn't be baby-faced.
Forgive me, I am not the inspector, but I am working on your husband's case.
Then I have nothing to say to you. Come back with the inspector in charge so that we may dispense with the endless repetition.
Alright, so what's in her face? Used laudanum recently, so she got a glassy stare. Irish? Got a heart? A parting gift from 1875, golden heart pin. How do you know this was 1875? Wedding ring. Does she wear hers looser? Marks from fidgeting. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I always fidget with mine when I wear rings. Augusta Capello is the wife of the accused, Basilio Capello, in her late 20s, and while previously involved in music, currently works with her husband. She has been fidgeting with her wedding ring due to stress. Has recently used laudanum, but doesn't seem accustomed to the drug, so she's shocked. Or is she emotional? Fidgeting with her ring due to her restless nature, and has recently used laudanum and may be accustomed to the drug. Shocked or emotional? Vote now. I probably should drop the voting time down. 30 could be cool, 25 maybe. I think I think she's shocked, maybe. She could be fidgeting with the ring due to stress or a restless nature, but I'm not sure if she's like a habitual laudanum user. And the game decides. Fidgeting due to stress isn't accustomed to laudanum.
Whilst I prefer German composers, the harp solo from Lucia di Lammermoor stands out as one of Donizetti's finest contributions to the form. I'm sure Basilio thought the same.
He did. How? Did he tell you how we met?
No, but
there was no
just
need.
now.
It is trivial to observe how much you value your memories of playing harp in the orchestra, and even an amateur Italian harpist would be familiar with Donizetti's finest work.
Yes. Music is a
He's
balm
memorized
in
all
these
that
uncertain times.
about Italian opera.
It is
or
nice to
orchestras.
meet another who appreciates it.
Much as I appreciate the truth. Please, Mrs. Capello, let me help you and your husband.
I am not unappreciative, sir. But I'm afraid I presently lack the strength.
Tell me about the burglary anyway.
Basilio tells me you were present during the burglary yesterday. What can you tell me about it?
Oh, it gave me such a fright. I fainted, fell to the floor. I wish I could help you, but, I'm just utterly useless.
She's
Please.
leaning into this really hard.
I want to rest before the inspector arrives.
Did you know the victim?
Were you familiar with the deceased man found in the safe?
No, I did not know him, nor can I conceive of how the poor soul ended up there.
He walked in, closed the door to hide, and then he couldn't get out.
You've had quite the day, Mrs. Capello. I shall leave you be. If I have further questions, I may visit again later.
And the night watchman is gonna be... Can't take new cases? Gotta finish the Cursed Ghost one first. Ah. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Oh. As soon as I begin stretching, it's all ready. So where's the place at? It's over at Adler Street, east of Clemens Cathedral. Adler, so right here. And we can stop by the store on the way too. Okay, we'll go down here and hook around the cathedral. Because where else to find a marketplace but on the steps of a church?
Extra, extra! Stop in the name of the law! An abused sister has shot her brother dead in a blind duel!
15 years only 15 years and she's free.
Check the front page.
Cordona's tongues have been wagging about a blind duel that ended in murder, but a young detective has shed some light on the mystery. An investigation by Mr. Sherlock Holmes, originally of London, has revealed the perpetrator to be the victim's sister, Magda von Staub. After a life of abuse at her brother Eric's hands, she found a means of revenge and shot him dead, while both duel participants were blindfolded. Now that the court has sentenced her to 15 years of the jail, many are left wondering, who will take care of the young Staub family property, with its sole heir behind bars?
You won't regret it.
Is that the concern? Oh no, because he put her in jail, the estate is going to rot.
The best antiques in the district. My goods will brighten up your house.
What do we have? An encyclopedia to annoy my friends with useless trivia. A dinosaur skeleton? It's a, Ichthyosaur? Is it Ichthyosaur? Improve any room's feng shui by adding a dinosaur. I wanted the abominations, but alright, I'll take the dinosaur. And the encyclopedia. Leaving $4 bucks for myself.
Enjoy your purchase.
Okay, then Adler Street. North? Are there any
Come
more clothes I
closer
can
and
rent?
try something on. The finest clothes for the finest citizens.
I want more facial hair. I can't afford any facial hair. What? Sideburns are less policey? As is goatee? Actually, the goatee with this makeup is rather nice. Wait. Pencil mustache is even more policey? That almost maxes out the circle?
Of course. Think it over. Take your time.
Okay, so this is Adler Street. East on Adler. Where is it? Armor Capella. Oh, there it is. They're so nice as to put signs of the building.
Hello there.
Okay, John, tell me everything.
They sell door locks, padlocks. No Sherlocks, though. Probably for the best. Imagine dealing with two of you. Ugh.
Strength, security, peace of mind. Tacky.
Well, you know, that's your opinion, good sir.
Can't inspect the locks, the boxes. Alright. Are you the night watchman? Billy Lloyd here.
Ill-fitting pants, wonky nose, and hair that appears to have been cut by your own hand. You must be Billy Lloyd.
Oh, it's you! I knew you'd come.
You did?
You're Mirko Gallia, the best investigative journalist on Cordona.
Journalist, no.
I'm a fan of your work.
Alas, you're mistaken. The name is Sherlock Holmes, and your employer...
Oh, of course. Discretion. I'm sorry. I doubt the policeman upstairs heard me, though, so
We have
your
to
secret
pretend to be
is safe with
cops.
me, Sherlock.
Do we still fulfill John's challenge? If the witness just accuses me of being a journalist?
Mr. Capello told me you were present during the burglary and scared the criminal off the property?
Hey, you should have seen it. As soon as the burglars saw me, they went white as death. Ran out the back door of the office. I heard a thud and cat
The
shrieks,
office?
so I think they went over the railing and into the bushes out back. Clearly, my reputation precedes me. Mr. Capello was so proud.
You're a guard, but you didn't give chase.
Well, by the time I made it outside, they were miles away. So I went back to help Mrs. Capello. That kind of gentlemanly courtesy is why I'm so well regarded round these parts.
The thud was the safe closing. And the reason that he was miles off is because he was 10 feet right behind him.
When did the burglary happen?
After 10 in the evening. I was just talking to Mrs. Capello.
Does she normally work this late?
No, it's the first time it happened. Usually I'm alone at night. I was explaining to Mrs. Capello how drinking water every 3 hours can help with digestion. When she excused herself and went back upstairs.
You
then
bored
there
her
was a
to
scream,
tears.
and I ran up to the office and...
I know what happened next, thank you. What about last evening? Do you have any more details about the break-in?
Of course. I write down everything that happens during my watch. Take a look.
Fastidious in its mundanity, but I will make of it what I can. What did the thief look like?
Shorter than me, mid-20s, a huge scar across the right cheek going from the eye. Short hair. She didn't look like a ghost. Too corporeal.
It was a she?
Hold on. She? You didn't think to mention the burglar was a woman?
Why did you assume it was a man? It's the 19th century, sir. Ambitious young women are out there pursuing a career, and I, for one, encourage it.
Nice
Yes,
Holmes
yes,
so
spare
far.
me the sermon.
But Holmes, you need the sermon.
I must go and inspect the crime scene. If I have further questions, Mr. Lloyd, I will find you.
Oh, don't worry. I won't be able to keep away.
Right.
Due evidence that I failed John's challenge is still ongoing. Burglary, so that's what she looked like. I could probably copy this look. Scar on eye, the hair. Back door during the evening, when only Billy's on site. Augusta Capello and Billy Lloyd. Okay, so yesterday, 10 a.m. Basilio gets full demo of safe to clients at the bank, safe is open. Works alone in office till wife arrives, 3 p.m. Augusta arrives, 6:30 p.m. Basilio leaves the office, goes home, 7 p.m. Billy arrives at the office and says hello to Augusta, 8:04 p.m. Basilio returns to the office by the back door, talks to Augusta. 8:09, Basilio walks out to check on Billy. 8:17, Basilio leaves for a business dinner. By Basilio. Augusta remains to work at the office. Billy is reading a book at the front door. At 11 p.m., Augusta walks down from her office to talk to Billy. 10:32, he kept her occupied for 21 minutes. Finally bored to tears, goes back upstairs, hears a scream after seeing the burglar, who escapes and the safe is closed. And today, Niccolo Detti is found dead inside the safe. The bathroom is very suspicious. There's police upstairs, right? We fool them. Crime scene photographer. Foaming at the mouth. He probably went wild from dehydration and was clawing and beating his head. Oh yeah, that's definitely... I'm amazed he made marks that deep.
Bulging veins, cyanosis, bloodshot eyes, odd foaming in the mouth.
He could be drugged? Cyanosis and the foaming?
Clear indications of blunt trauma, possibly inflicted before the victim was in the safe. Bruises, torn nails, bleeding was severe and continued at length.
Maybe she was getting high with Augusta. And then got locked in when there was a risk the husband might come home. She was fidgeting with her ring a lot. I want to inspect his other hand, but I can't reach it. Belt?
Clothes are not fully buttoned. Was the victim dressing or undressing?
I think I see them. So, partaking laudanum with the lady. Then husband comes home late at night. Get yourself in here to hide from the hubby. But Augusta maybe doesn't know how to open this particular safe. He can't open it from the inside, and there he goes.
Blood on the safe door could have been left by the victim. What a rotten way to die.
Yeah, what a shame.
And that could be part of why she was so distraught upon discovering the body.
The bottle is half empty. A wine, well enjoyed.
Only one glass. They could have shared a glass to keep discreet. Nothing below. Between? A second glass!
Recently used, but why would it be here?
Romantic date gone wrong. So what could you tell me about the wine glasses?
Oh,
you don't know anything?
No.
The body?
Do you know anything else about the dead body in the safe?
Well, there is the rule of threes. You can survive 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, 3 hours in harsh weather, and 3 minutes...
Of you talking?
...without air. I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, very enlightening, Mr. Lloyd, thank you.
Not fully buttoned. Timeline of death? Anything more you can say?
I don't know.
What about the burglary?
I know of it, but...
But Augusta?
Have you noticed anything different about Mrs. Capello recently?
Not really. She talks to me more when I start my shift. Probably because of the 100 Best Curry Recipes book I'm reading. Oh,
Whole
and
100
we've been
curry
running
recipes.
out of paper a lot lately, so she often sends me out to buy more for her. She's very
Often
particular about
sends
the paper
her
we use.
out.
Only one store on the island stocks it, and it's on the other side of the town. But I'm really fast.
Interesting, thank you.
She sends the night watchman out. Oh, that's adorable. She sends the night watchman out to leave the place unguarded for her boat to come in for like an hour. A passionate lovemaking. What do you know about the hubby bubby?
What can you tell me about Mr. Capello?
He's a good employer, but very focused on work, and very serious about security, of course, since he employed a night watch of my caliber. Not everyone appreciates his strict business approach, though. Store clerks don't seem to last long in the office.
Good to know.
And that's it for you? That's it for him, then? Can't talk to either of them? So we could examine the body. Wine glass under the table, recently used. Hidden. Likes to talk to him, but lately sends him out on a lot of errands. She's having a date with a family rival. I think this is a clear-cut case already. I'm in my judgment. -4 and -6 only, so we gotta deal with these things then? 3 plus 1. Or is this already solved? 3 plus 1. Then reverse the polarity. 4 minus 1. No. Reverse polarity. Then -1, -1. -4, -6. Solved. I like these puzzles now. The foaming around the mouth is a result of light intoxication, most likely from wine. So I guess we could expect more around here. There's one more room. Inkwell, glasses. These aren't important. Grand presentation with the famous Italian orchestra. Orchestra dell'Accademia Nazionale di Santa Canzona. Cordona Opera House, 1873. Antonio Mugnao was a conductor.
A concert
performers.
program from 7 years ago. An Augusta La Duca is listed as a harpist in the orchestra.
This must be her desk. Basilio's note to Augusta. Augusta, we do not have the time today for a chat because of my important client meeting, but I'm concerned about your desire to work at such late hours. You seemed happy about it, which is why I did not bring it up previously, but perhaps it is best we had that conversation. I am sure we could find a different arrangement. Basilio, I think he knew. Either he interrupted a date and the deceased had to quickly hide in the safe and that became his doom, accidental death, or Basilio knew and put him in there.
Two theatre tickets for Shakespeare's Othello. The performance is tomorrow.
Have to respect the classics.
Nothing there, nothing in the waste bin. That must be the back door to the office then. Keys. Set of armor Capello keys. The heir to the Detti family returns home. Niccolo Detti, a young heir to the Detti family business, has returned to Cordona after 12 years of studying and working in the mainland. This coincides with Orazio Detti's departure to Italy, and hints at the possibility that Niccolo is intending to take over the family business in Cordona. We will be watching the situation closely as it develops, and would endeavor to obtain a reaction from Basilio Capello. The Capello and Detti feud has been existent for over 200 years, and even though this acrimony has been muted for the past few decades, some still remember the conflicts of the Gonzalo Detti and Vitalio Capella era. We are hoping that Niccolo's young mind and Basilio's calm business attitude may find common ground. The heir returns? That's recent. Oh, do you think they were lovers back in Italy and that's why this flame sparked so easily? Signor Capello, it has come to my attention that Niccolo Detti is soon to return to Cordona. We do not know what that means for the future of the Detti family, but Orazio seems set on staying in Roma, so take that as you will. I want to strongly advise on behalf of the whole family that you avoid contact with Niccolo. We have no doubt that you'll be able to retain your composure, even if provoked. But we do not know what the Dettis are planning. Be on your guard. The family reputation is at stake. In bocca lupo. Nado Gelani. And another letter? Or the book? That's the book. The diary shows Basilio Capello's schedule planned weeks ahead. There are several noteworthy recent entries. First, a meeting with a detective from several weeks ago. And second, 2 days labeled with the safe. Yesterday and today. The third, we haven't caught Moriarty yet. But if there is a Moriarty figure in this game, I have full confidence that it is Volgoverne. His whole design and everything about him screams villain to be. And he enjoys toying with Sherlock. Who can possibly enjoy toying with Sherlock without being some kind of supervillain genius? A mad mastermind.
Well-organized workplace?
Mr. Capello is the best.
Okay, this chap is seriously creepy.
Okay, so I think Basilio knew. The woman who was found in the back was probably the detective in disguise, who was here to keep an eye on things, see what kind of late night activities the wife gets up to. Two dates labeled the safe, yesterday and today. So he opened the safe today. Yesterday, 10 a.m., full demo of the safe to clients. So, it could simply be that the safe yesterday and today is when he gave demonstrations. He gave a demonstration yesterday, he was giving a demonstration today, but it could also hint to it being deliberate murder if he intended it to be that way. Right now, I'm 50-50. It could be accidental death, liaison with the husband's wife, husband comes back early, hide in the safe, he can't come out. So here's a back door. No sign of break-in, very complex lock. So it is a detective then, with the keys. There is no way that a mere burglar would have made their way through this. There's a cat! Having fun with the cat, John?
Don't forget about the cats in the bushes, Sherry.
Of course. Look at all the cat ghosts. Dislodge and vent. So we jump down from here. There's cats in bushes! Spooking the cats. Trampled grass. Footprints, maybe? No, a pouch. Lockpick stuff.
The letter F is inscribed within a 4-leaf clover pattern.
Passe Muraille.
Passe Muraille. Walk
Whatever.
through walls in French. Our thief seems rather arrogant.
He does have lockpick tools, but with a lock this complex, I don't know. I still think it's a detective. Maybe he had the key. Maybe he had to use lockpicks, but was informed by the husband of how to break the lock. The French hate? If it's my it's from my pronunciation be different from his. If it's the arrogance, I think it's more the walk through walls as kind of a psalm for the break-in.
A comprehensive set of lockpicks, recently cleaned with no fresh scratches.
No fresh scratches. So maybe it wasn't used. Because used to make scratches, surely, right? We could research. Let's see. Letter F, 4-leaf clover pattern, past morale, walk through walls in French. It has been ages since I used the archive in the police headquarters. Maybe it's time to go see the police again. Yeah, unused, that's what I'm thinking. I think it's a detective. The detective just used a disguise. Maybe it could be that the lockpick kit is part of a prop, part of the costume, to complete the look. So how would we search this? Property crime? Suspects? Instruments of crime? A profile of Felicia Savigne, age 26, currently affiliated with the Backyard Boys gang, acting as her master burglar. The Backyard Boys have a hideout on Clay Street in Central Miner's End. She has a distinct scar on her right cheek, used conflicting stories as to its origin, but had it since at least age 18. After her parents died at sea, she wasted her inheritance. Felicia turned to crime. Has been arrested several times and has been cooperative with the law, lessening the severity of her punishment. Cooperative with the law?
Maybe it would be wise to take a look around outside before we enter. Just a thought.
Worth noting, we haven't found all evidence in the locksmith place yet. Only key evidence, so there's still more to find. So let's see. Keep my ear to the ground when near the Backyard Boys' hangout. To help us, undoubtedly, with a dangerous encounter. And we're still playing with the law. Shouldn't reveal to any suspects, so we're not actually a police officer. So even going to the Backyard Boys, we have to pretend to be cops. So where is she? Hideout on Clay Street, in Central Miner's End. We have 4 bucks. We can't buy anything at the stores en route. Clay Street. Western Miner End, right? Clay. Clay Street. We'll go by way of Silverton. And just cross the bridge. Officer coming through. Beautiful, gorgeous officer coming through. Clay Street? Clay Street is... this one? This one. Okay, so Clay Street comes on down here. And further on down. Clay Street in Central Miner's End. مرحبا بك. كيف حالكم اليوم؟ كيف الطقس؟ Is it down here? No, I don't think so. That's just a seed. Keep ear to ground. probably means to eavesdrop a lot too. There's some police. And she's... Whoa, hello lag. Ow! We're still on Clay Street, right? Check my map. Like a tourist. No, I'm on Hound Road. Made a wrong turn. Now Clay? Now Clay. There are plenty of pairs of people, which might imply
Other gangs are
eavesdropping.
planning an attack on the backyard, boys. The pipe is looking for information.
The pipe is calling. Attack on backyard boys, pipe is calling. What information the pipe wants and where to find him? Wounded? Revenge, no? Limping brass? Beggar informants get a gun? Marketplace. John was right. It seems the backyard boys have mobilized. Due to the botched robbery of Armor Capello by Felicia Sevne, they believe another gang set them up, and they're going to attack soon. I overheard, however, that the pipe, the limping information broker of the gang, is calling in as beggar informants. The pipe can be found in the marketplace in Central Miners End on Market Road. Everything here. Taught to a key person, disguise, John challenge, observe something. Okay. Have I got to disguise myself as a criminal then? Because according to this challenge, it shouldn't reveal to any suspects that I'm not actually an officer. The pipe and others aren't exactly suspects, are they? Where's the market? Market is just west of here.
Buy some clothes and help me feed my family.
The limping information broker in the marketplace. Overbite, unfriendly drunkard.
Our clothes will be worn well, take my word.
That's a problem, Liz. Your clothes are well worn. Despising, feeds stray animals, kleptomaniac, religious hostile fanatic, regular boat trips, hostile, back pains. Who's got a limp? Tense horses, unfriendly, nostalgic but hostile, suffering from food poisoning. This is a market in this is a market in Central Miners End. Miners Market. Is it you? Limp left leg. British criminal. Okay, John's challenge. What are we doing here? Keep my ear to the ground. To help out. I think they don't want me to be a cop. I have information.
Hello, mister. I have some information for you.
I'm not interested in the advice of a man like you.
Move aside. I've places to be.
John challenge lost. No. Not autosave. Not autosave. Where's my manual save? So earlier on. But John said to stay disguised as the police. Make up your mind, John. I mean, I had a hunch, right? Because these aren't suspects, but want to see still what happens. It is getting warm here. This is December. Is the computer that hot? Feels a bit warm on the glass, but not too much. Might need to clean though. Got this, what, 2019, so a couple of years, no cleaning it out. Okay, do I have a more villainous look? That's less villainous, more working class. Less villainous. Not very villainous at all. Difference. No difference, no difference, less. Let's be a bit shaggy then. A little bit more villainy. Oh, what? So, pretty people aren't very villainous? Scar is more than usual. There, we have an actual gang affiliation. What can be more villainous? Scarage or gang affiliation? It hasn't been failed yet, so he's around here someplace, right? He was at the door before. We are back in the market.
Buy some clothes and help me feed my
Despite
family.
being used,
There you are.
these goods are still
Limp.
fine. Take a
Limp.
look.
Hello, mister. I've got some information for you. Heard you were asking.
Have you now? Well, let's hear it.
There is no attack. Easy. The attack is real. Hard. I want to take the hard one. How hard are we talking here? So, are they telling them there is no attack, and so everyone's just like, oh, alright, and disperse? Or make them believe the attack is so hard that they shouldn't even try?
All of them bandits are getting ready for a bruising. Sticks and guns and angry faces all round.
I see. Better get the boys ready. Take this for your trouble.
Oh, thank you kindly, sir. Thank you.
Now we can get all of you at once. Be ready. That's supposed to be Philip from London.
Oh, wait.
Good impression.
Oh, I get it. Easy or hard means the actual fight that's gonna happen, doesn't it? The fight that I have to go through guns blazing. To make it easy for myself, there's no attack, and so less people to fight. Or there will be an attack, make more people come in. Oh, why do I do this? I know how the fights in this game
One
are.
man's trash is another man's furniture. Take a look. Maybe something will catch your eye.
I still can't afford either of these. The preserved offcuts, the beautiful taxidermied creature. Okay, next thing I'll save up for is a taxidermy creature. Because look at that, it's gorgeous!
Go away if you
I'm back to being a cop.
don't
Can't
wanna
change
buy.
here. Who sees me? Is it him? Nighthawk, bootlegger.
Our clothes will be worn well, take my word.
Alright, back to being cop. We have the beard and the gorgeous makeup. And we're going up. Clay's the next one over. But is John happy is a thing. See, I thought easy or hard was what it convinced him, right? What lie might be easier to pull off. But oh well, I could fight everyone here too. It'll give me more bucks to work with. You are all under arrest.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Does he have a thing on his back? He does.
I will end you.
Just barely missed.
I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
Time to knock this guy out.
He's got a belt back thing, but he's...
The snuff's ready.
Okay, let's get them both.
Get ready for some pain.
I just got the one.
I'm coming.
Did it get the other guy?
Don't cry.
I'm gonna die here.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming.
Exactly what you're doing. That's death 4 now, right? Where's my death counter? Death 4. Best cover system I have seen since Gears of War.
I'm coming.
So he's got...
I couldn't miss the party.
Take
try
a
to
rest,
shoot
my
your
friend.
foot because you got a thing on your back. Fine, forget it. Trying to get to their left or their back is so difficult.
I couldn't miss the party.
Come on! Try to kill him here.
Eat lead. I'm coming for you.
Take a rest, my friend.
This combat system wants to be so many things that it's not. No, fair spawning right behind me. And now we gotta wait for you to load again. These guys seem like capable game makers. They clearly have mechanical proficiency, so I don't think it's that they're incapable of making a fun game. I think they had one vision, and they pushed too hard into that one vision, without considering the fun aspect.
I'm coming.
No, you killed him! I thought we were against Murph.
We are, John, but these guys are frustrating. This game's combat is frustrating. And I don't think you can turn the combat off completely is a fair compromise. It's okay for accessibility, But if the only choices are unfun combat or no combat, then something is wrong with the combat.
I'm coming.
Quit staggering during my dead eye. Fuck off!
I couldn't miss the party.
Sherm's really getting character. With people surrendering, but you still gotta shoot them. Or beat them up. Duck, you idiots!
Don't cry, you'll live.
Whatever.
The snuff's ready. Time to...
Get ready for some pain. I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend. Too simple.
Honestly, think one might as well just turn the combat off in this. I don't think there's anything to miss out on by limiting combat to the bandit layers. The rewards are minimal anyway. You get like one buck per person you knock out.
Don't
and
cry.
Only if you knock
Give
them
him
out.
the pepper snuff. You can overcome the brute now.
If they kill him, John gets unhappy, you don't get paid.
Take a rest,
If you
my
go
friend.
through all the
snuff's
effort
ready.
to beat them up, you get one buck only. So completely, totally worth it.
I'm coming for you.
Ow! Don't bother moving. You've lost.
He sits down for such little time when you shoot him in the foot. Maybe stagger for longer. And have, like, different ways to stagger them. Maybe shooting and having them punched
No more
over
crime for you
is
until next
reason
month.
enough for them to be snacked out. The common joke, right, is, oh, did anybody QA this? Did anybody test it? But of course they did.
Give him the pepper
The
snuff.
trouble isn't that it's not QA, it's that it's not fun.
Time to knock this guy out.
And that's the last one, right? Fully
Too
armored?
simple.
Yay, it's done!
Okay, I give up, I give up.
$9 for all that. You see? You see? That's the only benefit of leaving combat on. You don't miss out on anything. All you miss out on is petty change.
And here we are, Miss Sevigny. A place where we can talk about all your recent activities. We have a nice profile on you, you know.
What are you talking about? I didn't do anything.
Is there nothing you didn't do, Miss Sevigny? Thieve for the gang, break into the Armor Capello office, kill Niccolo Detti?
What? Kill? I didn't kill nobody. No, how?
So you admit the rest. I suppose you won't mind explaining some things to me then.
Alright, let's observe her. She's got a scar. First observation, where the first thing isn't on her face. The pearls, maybe? Strange locket. With the lockpick hidden in its... How could you tell, Holmes? Oh, I see. I see. There between the beads is a lockpick. I get it then. Well, how could you tell? I could even see that. I'll take your word for it, Holmes. Is all this scarage on the clothes from jumping the fence? Cat claw marks. Aww. Don't mind me searching all over your person. Posh clothes, double-sided jacket. So, is Felicia Savine a show-off? A burglar and a thief in her mid-20s, or are claw marks in her torn trousers, legs, from which she clumsily fled the scene after the crime at Armor Capello, has a locket that conceals a lockpick, and her jacket is double-sided for quick disguise? Or is she prepared? Her jacket is double-sided, and she's ready to vanish discreetly, at the slightest alert, as if she were never here at all. Going to initiate voting, even though it's been steady 0%, no votes all day. Not a vote, Mason? Okay. All she's got to do is click on the overlay on your screen. I think she's prepared. She is a consummate professional. And it must have been something shocking the night of the liaison for her to, like, flee off as she did. Well, there's getting spotted. You get spotted, you gotta flee. There's probably other stuff happening too.
You were in the Armor Capello office yesterday evening, Miss Sevigny. The same place that Niccolo Detti was found dead today. What happened?
How would you know? You can't prove anything?
It's written all over you, Miss Sevigny. I presume you did not intend your evening to end with a fall over the railing and a fracas with felines? Need I continue?
This is pronounced fracas.
Oh, zut alors. It was just a job, nothing else. I was asked to come. Here, see for yourself. I don't know who hired me, but I think they wanted to pin the crime on me. Poor Niccolo.
Neither victim, or where did you get the letter? Because my assumption, right, especially since she does work with the law sometimes, is that she was working with the detective, maybe? Since clearly she's not the detective.
When were you offered this job?
Ah, mon Dieu. I don't remember precisely.
9:30 in the evening.
I think the letter arrived around 9:30 in the evening. It sounded tricky, but the money was good.
And you arrived at the office?
Perhaps 45 minutes later? I am very good, sir.
10:15?
I was in and out in 5 minutes.
I don't like lies.
No, wait. Okay. It took 15 minutes. All right? Still impressive, no?
Knew the victim?
You knew Mr. Detti, how?
Niccolo and I grew up together. I hadn't seen him in years, then ran into him on the street, smiling with some lovely lady on his arm.
Was the lovely lady the wife of the prime suspect?
And that was the last time you saw him alive?
Wait, until I found him dead yesterday. That same woman was there, too. It can't be
Found
coincidence.
him dead yesterday.
You saw a woman in the office?
Mm-hmm. She started screaming, so I slammed the safe door and ran when I saw a guard
You
coming.
slammed the safe door. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. She slammed the safe door and then fled. So she closed the safe door that night. And she claims he was dead?
Your thieving days may well be over, Miss Sevigny. Until this matter is resolved, you will remain here. Good day.
5 evidence updated. Got a profile on her. Testimony. She was the burglar in the Amor Corpello office, hired by an unknown client for the job. Had previously seen the woman who caught her at the office in a romantic setting with Niccolo Detti. So she did see Capello's wife with the victim. So that's confirmed. Timeline of the death. So let's see. We fit her in. 8:17. Basilio leaves for business dinner. Augusta remains to work at the office. And Liaison comes in and sat down, sure. 9:30 p.m. Felicia receives a letter about the Armor Capello job and decides to take it. 10:11. Augusta walks down from the office to talk to Billy. 10:15. Felicia enters the office, starts working on the safe. 10:30. Felicia opens the safe, sees Niccolo dead inside. So she got the safe open, and then sees Niccolo inside already. Here's the moment screen behind her, slams the safe door closed. Augusta goes back upstairs. Billy hears her scream. Burglar escapes, safe is closed. Letter to Felicia. Miss Savigny, I'm in need of urgent assistance from someone with a mastery of burgling arts. You are to enter the Armor Capello office tonight at 10:15 p.m. via the back door. I will leave it open for you. Hence, why her lockpick materials are unscratched and unused. You are then to proceed next door to a large decorated safe. That is your target. You must have it open as fast as possible. Do not take anything from the office and leave after the safe is open. The compensation for the job will be more than generous. A down payment is attached. So this definitely isn't an accidental death in which the two lovers were upstairs. The husband comes to work late at night by surprise, and so the lover hides in the safe. Door closes, and then he asphyxiates. This is implanted in the safe, and then they want him found. Why do they want him found? Who wants him found? Do they want him found while the boss is out and has an alibi, and the wife finds him in the safe, with the safe opened? Because Felicia opens the safe, as she was paid to do, but then closed it in shock.
I didn't do a thing.
I believe her. How did you know Niccolo?
What exactly was your relationship with Niccolo Detti?
Who? What are you talking about?
Wow.
Madam, please, a young woman dedicated to her music and an enthusiastic artist, your marriage to Basilio could not have offered all you needed. And then about 6 months ago, you met Niccolo Detti. There was a spark, you started to see each other. It brought passion back into your life.
How could you?
But you told
But
me
your
just
tryst
now.
didn't go unnoticed. Felicia Sevigny spotted you with Niccolo, but rather than cease your affair, you took care to avoid the public eye. You started working with your husband at the office and met your lover there in the evening after Basilio departed. Billy would not notice, and you hoped neither would your husband.
Am I correct?
Do I have this right so far?
Yes. I love Basilio, I truly do. But his first passion is his work. I respect that, but it left me adrift. Niccolo. Oh, sweet Niccolo. He was the man I needed. If he had had any other name, I would have talked to Basilio. But he was a Detti.
And your husband suspected something.
I think he did. He asked questions. Billy's schedule was moved forwards. Yes, he suspected.
Husband becomes more of a prime candidate? Maybe they did not arrest the wrong person?
And thus we arrive at the heart of the matter. How did Mr. Detti end up deceased in the safe?
I do not know.
Madam?
I don't know anything about his death.
Are you sure this is how you wish to proceed?
It is the truth. Please, just leave me be.
John's challenge has won, so we don't gotta pretend to be cops anymore. But we can. Perhaps for the best, and this case is believed to be solved by a police officer, not an outsider. But I did enjoy myself. She was in an extramarital relationship with Niccolo Detti for several months prior to his death. Husband suspects her infidelity. Oh, I can't show her evidence anymore.
Apologies, Mrs. Capello.
Refuses to speak further. Maybe I've locked myself out of something by talking about that right away.
Oh, what a long day.
Provide evidence. A testimony.
Were you aware of this, Mr. Capello? Of the relationship between your wife and Niccolo Detti?
Enough! I will not hear it. Augusta is an impressionable woman feeling the stress of this horrible situation. She does not understand what she's saying.
So you knew.
I see. So you think...
I think that if you want to help, you should stop bothering my wife and find the criminal responsible.
What if it is? What if it's you? Letter to Felicia.
I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this.
Time and
Another question?
Mr. Capello, have you anything to say about the burglar's claims?
Not a whit. The woman is a liar and a criminal. I don't give it the slightest credence, and neither should you.
She was the burglar, harboring an unknown client for the job. Whoever it was would have left the back door open. Cooperative with the law. Do you know her?
I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this. I'm
No, doesn't
afraid
know
I
her?
have nothing to add to this.
Made the gang more afraid. All of them would be in one place. Arrived by the back door in the evening, when normally Billy's on site.
Another question?
Capello's diary.
I'm interested in some entries in your diary that may prove important. Could you elaborate on these ones here?
Bene. I won't name the detective, but rest assured that is unrelated to the investigation. It is just one of our clients. And those safe entries are about an interested party who was going to purchase the product. We met yesterday, and today were to finalize the transaction. Alas, that opportunity is no more.
You've been a good help.
Possible. Detective is an unrelated client. I don't know about that. I think the detective is one he hired to scope out the infidelity of his wife. The date's labeled "the safe!" exclamation mark. He did meet with buyers on those days, but it could be the days that he was put to the safe or the day the safe was meant to be opened. It's ambiguous. The return of Niccolo Detti.
I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this.
Really? Nothing to add about the arrival of your family's feud family?
Another question?
What was your intent behind this note?
This is private, young man, and hardly relevant.
Its relevance, as it were, remains to be seen.
My wife Augusta joined me in business half a year ago.
When Niccolo
but
came in?
works late hours. I worry because I love her. What else do you need to know?
I appreciate your candor.
I think he knew. I think this wasn't accidental because they wanted the safe broke into. Asphyxiation likely is cause of death. Light intoxication from the wine. Self-inflicted bruises and torn nails. Bloody trails of pain scratching on the door could have been by the victim. Trauma to the head is unclear whether the blow was delivered before or after entering the safe. And the clothing is not fully buttoned. And the fellow in front of me does have roughened knuckles. They could have had a fight. during which he was shoved into the safe, and then it was sealed. I don't know the timeline, I can't possibly know.
I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this.
How long have you known your wife, Mr. Capello?
How is that relevant, young man?
Please, I need a complete picture of all the parties involved. Consider, perhaps, the possibility that the burglar was targeting your wife.
It seems unlikely, though if a Detti was out to threaten my wife...
You would kill him.
We met 7 years ago. Augusta was a harpist with an Italian orchestra. The passion in her eyes back then. I am glad she still has some of it now.
Oh, that's because
and you and your wife get along well?
I love her most dearly, and I know Augusta loves me. I fear someday she may be bored at work, but I try to give her all she wants.
I don't have enough information. I can't ask the wife anything. And I gotta go up and down the stairs all the time. Let me see something. If I go back and talk to the wife, manual save. Where would be the most recent save with the wife? Autosave is 6 minutes ago. 5 minutes before that. Maybe we could show her some evidence and shed some light on things. Because it was talking about what's his face. I got her to shut up, right? So do all the evidence first. And then save that for last. And if nothing changes, we got the autosave. Or the manual save. We got a save. Watch your back in Silverton. Bravest, strongest, most fearsome citizens. Really? They weren't that scary. Wow, laggity lag. So, wife first. Wait.
Apologies, Mrs.
What have I done? Profile of Felicia. Move to the interrogation room. So we have done that already. Okay. Have you spoken to Felicia? I don't think we've spoken to Felicia yet. Okay, profile of Felicia.
Mrs. Capello, please take a moment to study this profile. Is this the woman who was in the office yesterday?
I don't remember. Please,
She's being dodgy.
I feel faint at the mere thought of it.
I see. Forgive me for expecting a gentleman's stamina.
I don't know. Can we please do this later? I'm just so exhausted, sir. Can we please do this later? I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know about your husband's note to you?
I'm just so exhausted, sir.
Mrs. Capello, would you think your husband capable of that which he is accused?
No. Basilio is a good man,
So you
a
don't
devoted
want to see
man.
your husband
I love
arrested?
him. He cares about his work and cares about me. He approaches all his passions with diligence and temerity. I think there is nothing he could not achieve if he set his mind to it. Indeed, in all our years together, I cannot recall a single business opportunity Basilio failed to see through.
She is
Thank you,
talking him
Mrs.
up.
Capello.
Please let me rest.
And then we talk to Felicia. Where's Felicia?
And here we are. Is so.
Oh, right, all this, that. So that autosave was before this. Prepare.
You the.
You knew. No,
Your
I didn't do a thing.
5 evidence updated. Can we talk to the wife about more evidence? No? So, what do we get more of then? Letter to Felicia. Down payments attached. Receives letter. Enters the safe. Enters the office to work on the safe, so that's all the same. Testimony. Character portrait. He said to treat his work as a competition he must win. Augusta looks shocked when presented with Leish's picture, but doesn't remember if it was her. I also don't have all the evidence yet for the office, so I should probably go back and talk to folks there. Because I might be able to get more information or evidence to talk to the wife about, talk to everybody about. Today's pace really has been 2 cases. This game might take a while then, which is fine by me. I did want some more like long-form games for December that don't finish in like 1 week. There's no close by place. Is that not complete yet? Not complete yet. But it lags up like that, and the music pauses. I get so worried the game's about to crash.
How are you?
Surely there's more we can talk about. Maybe to Billy?
I don't know. Oh, actually, no. I don't know.
Could this be the burglar you saw yesterday?
That's her. So what's our plan? How do we get her?
Already
if you can afford to give me 20 minutes, my uncle has a large net.
Yes, a net. I'll go and get one now, Billy, and you stay to guard the office.
So Billy identified her as the correct suspect.
Do you know anything about these entries?
No, but Mr. Capello is so well organised. I use a different method. Very popular among the Buddhist monks. You create an attic in your mind.
The mind attic.
I'm familiar. Keep it tidy, put only necessary information in, remove unnecessary information regularly.
What? No, it's called an attic. You just stuff it with everything.
Wow.
You never know what might prove helpful someday.
That is profoundly upsetting.
Lawyer's letter.
Oh, actually, no.
The keys?
Do you know whose keys these are?
Probably Mr. Capello's. Police took him so suddenly. I have the same set, but it's more efficient. Has fewer keys.
So you don't have access to the entire office?
No. Only Mr. and Mrs. Capello have the key to the back door.
That leaves Mr. and Mr. Capello, Mr. and Mrs. Capello, as the only likely suspects.
Do you know what this note might be about?
I cannot presume to know another's mind, of course, but I think Mr. and Mrs. Capello have been having some familial difficulties, probably due to their lack of children. One of my oldest friends helps couples with their relationship troubles, and he always says...
You don't have to continue.
Oh, well, he says that to me as well, but I'm perfectly happy to.
No, I insist.
Is there no more to talk about? That's it then? Only Mr. and Mrs. Capello have keys to the back office. Everyone identifies her. There's nothing more on him. We can't talk to the cop, can we?
Oh, why do I get the worst jobs?
Has all evidence been found here? Evidence collected! So is there more someplace else? This guy's done. There's nothing else here. That's 5 out of 5. and everything else is donezo. 3 out of 3. There's nothing else to observe, right? Nothing else to observe.
I swear I just saw a lion out there. On the railing.
John, sir, is whimsical. Popular PC, poems of ancient Greek writers like Achilles. Arrest your enemies instead of killing them, and it'll be rewarded by the authorities. A single buck per criminal. We already got that evidence. There's something else here then.
Don't forget about the cats in the bushes, Sherry.
Is there more here? Because there's nothing here with the street exit. And the adjoining building. There is nothing else. Maybe I'm to talk to every involved party again. And update information, and then we go back to... Wait a minute, hold on. Did you see that? What's in white? Oh, that's a cemetery, never mind, that's nothing. I thought for a second there was a second location where I haven't found all the evidence. Had me worried. So we've learned who the keys belong to, and we've confirmed the burglar.
I didn't do a thing.
Oh, what a long day.
I think I have to tell her, or ask her about Niccolo. Provide evidence.
Another question? I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this. I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this. Another question?
Mr. Capello.
Not a... Another question? Not much to say. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this.
I'm in...
Ben, and we...
You've been...
Not much to say. I'm sorry.
Nothing about Niccolo Detti.
What was your intent behind...
This...
It's... I appreciate...
Not much to say. I'm sorry.
How... Please...
It's...
And...
I love...
Detective is under client. Doesn't trust what Felicia has to say. Augusta worked late at the office 6 months ago. He is worried. Child is a harpist. And now we can only accuse. Alright, how did know Niccolo? Or can we talk to the burglar first? Should we?
I didn't do a thing.
Okay. I tried.
What a... But you start Billy with... Do I have... And your husband... And thus we arrive at... Madam...
I don't...
Are you sure this...
It is...
Refuses to talk further. I guess you could make one more loop around to the what's-a-place and see if updated evidence is something we could talk to Johnny about. There's so much back and forth in this case. so much back and forth that I can do this route without checking the map. That's not a good thing. Boop. We can't speak to him? Augustus' testimony? We can't speak about that? There's still evidence here I haven't found. Z button? Safe combination reminder. Mr. Lloyd, the code to all safes of the office is 00130500. In the future, please kindly refrain from locking your trousers in our merchandise, or we will have to reconsider your employment. Mr. Capello.
The best on the market. You can wallop them, you can burn them, nothing will work.
I bet he tested that himself.
Oh, actually, no.
All safes in the office is 00130500.
Is this code memo still valid?
Oh, yes. It's the same combination code everywhere. It corresponds to Mrs. Capello's birthday, actually. In fact, during this year's celebration, I was allowed a sip of champagne. That's when I had to dry my trousers, and then I had to...
Okay, thank you, Billy.
The one thing I missed in the entire building. Right there. Well, that's it. That's last evidence. So, it's the same code everywhere, which means... Well, that is down to the same two suspects, husband or wife. Who killed the boyfriend? Did the wife kill her own boyfriend to avoid the wrath of her husband because it is the family vendetta? Did the husband kill him because family vendetta, cucking him? We asked the wife about the code. Je accuse.
Oh, what a long day.
Oh, she's being interrogated, so I can't talk to her.
Oh, what a long day. The safe code is Mrs. Capello's birthday.
Is this note still valid?
Oh yes, we use this code by default for each safe. Now sometimes a buyer may ask to see how it can be changed, but I always reset it afterwards.
And the safe containing the body used the default code, I presume?
As it happens, no. In my demonstration, I wanted to show the bank clerks how easy it was to set a different combination.
Interesting. Thank you.
So it was the wrong combination. Was changed a day earlier by Basilio at a client's request. The safe. This is a toughie. I'm actually not sure. You have more evidence to provide?
Were you aware of this, Mr. Capello? Of the relationship between your wife and Niccolo Detti?
Enough! I will not hear it.
Okay, same thing.
I think.
Alright. So I guess let's go through the evidence bit by bit then. The safe is 00130500, the wife's birthday. It's the combination to all the safes on demonstration, but that particular safe was changed a day earlier by Basilio at the client's request. When was the body put in? What is a day earlier? A day prior to the murder or yesterday? Come to my attention. I think the husband did it. The wife doesn't seem wanting to set up the husband, so if she wanted to murder her boyfriend, then why put the body where it's going to be found? Why ask a burglar to open the safe and expose the body? If you care for your husband, you would if you want him arrested. We do not know what the Detties are planning. Be on your guard. The family reputation is at stake. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the ploy. A ploy? To seduce Capella's wife? Get this guy into position and sacrifice a family son to discredit, arrest, and eliminate the vendetta? Orazio set on staying in Roma. Take that as you will. Avoid contact with Niccolo. The burglar is a red herring. The important thing is, we're to place her on the timeline. Basilio leaves for business dinner. An hour and 15 later, Felicia receives a letter. Augusta walks downstairs. Augusta walked downstairs. How are they to know at what time Augusta would come downstairs? Because they told her to get there at 10:30, right? Tonight at 10:15. Enter at 10:15 via the back door. Come in at 10:15 via the back door that is left open for you. So that's either person of the couple. Go to the safe and open the safe as fast as possible. So somebody would have had to know that Augusta was going to go downstairs at that time. Enter at 10:15. She enters at 10:15 as asked. 4 minutes earlier, Augusta go downstairs. Not to mention that the husband was warned about contact with Niccolo. This is a delicate family matter between the two families. And this seems like exactly the kind of thing. Okay, I'm gonna accuse her.
Apologies, Mrs. Capello, but...
The combination was changed. It was her birthday, but that it wasn't. So he changed the code. If he changed the code, then he's the only one who could have opened and closed the door. If he put Niccolo in the safe, then he would have known that Niccolo was going to be in there during the client demonstration, then it would have occurred as it did, in which they opened the safe. Oh no, there he is. If he eliminated Niccolo and then told the burglar to open the safe and touch nothing else, open the safe and leave, he takes meticulous notes, right? So he could have expected that his wife is downstairs at around that time to talk to the night guard, the night watchman. And so if he's the only one with the code to the safe in this period of time, well, it could be that he wanted the wife's lover's body to be found by the wife, both to break up the relationship and to send a warning to her. Do we have evidence that she always goes down at the same time to talk to what's-his-face? Because see, Coppella was warned not to interact with Niccolo. He knows the history. So he might take it seriously and stay off the guy even if he's cucking him with his wife. Or he might take this opportunity even if warned. He's attached to his family, so he might take the risk. Full demo of safe to clients. So the safe is open at this point. The safe is open, there's no body. So at some point on this night, he changes the safe combination. At some point between 10 AM and 6:30. Because that's the day before. There's no mention of the wife leaving the office after she gets here. Augusta arrives 3 PM. The letter could be delivered by anybody. Maybe the safe was opened when they closed the door on him. Well, of course it was. But maybe Basilio left the safe open? Safe is open at 10 AM. Come back to office via back door. So the back door is open at this point. He opens the back door. That could be when he left it open. Then go downstairs, check on Billy, go to dinner. He was only here for 13 minutes. Within 13 minutes, enters through the back door, maybe leaves it unlocked. 5 minutes later, go downstairs. 8 minutes after, go to dinner. And there's no mention of when the safe was closed. Okay, I think it was him. Like watching Billy Lloyd. Alright, I think then that this is as much as I can do then. I have made my choice.
Oh, what a long day.
Maybe it's wrong, but in this interpretation, all the various puzzle pieces seem to fit. J. Accuse!
I believe that I have found the truth, Mr. Capello, and that truth does not show you in a good light.
And here I thought I had found a bright mind. Why would I need to kill Niccolo Detti?
It's simple.
The motive? Well, see, so many of these evidences. There. She was in an extramarital relationship. For some of these, so many things can come to that conclusion.
You knew about Niccolo and Augusta. You loved her, and the Detti and Capello conflict is well known. You had to protect your family's reputation.
Ha! Any simpleton can find reasons for me to dislike a Detti.
Yeah,
though
but how many
it
Dettis
takes
slept
a
with your wife?
special kind to concoct an imaginary dalliance. too.
Imaginary
How do
dalliance?
you believe I killed him? Just threw him in the safe.
Yeah. The means of the crime. Yeah, could be. The code on the safe with the dead body was changed a day earlier by Basilio at a client's request. Schedule plan weeks ahead. Detective probably confirms the relationship, and then the safe yesterday and today. Set of keys for the back door. Did not take anything. Down payment is attached. Timeline of the death. I think the cool thing is, it's frustrating that some things are meant to be so ambiguous that you really can't tell and have to really stretch your brain. But I think that's cool, that you could probably do this exact thing and succeed for both suspects. Body in the safe. Asphyxiation is likeliest cause of death. Intoxication, most likely the wine. Half-empty wine bottle. Could it be the bottle?
That could have sufficed.
Hey.
Niccolo may have been unconscious, and you admitted you had full access to your office for most of the day. Or you could have changed the code during the day, then arrived unannounced in the evening to leave him nowhere better to hide.
And why on earth would I do that?
Why?
To get
the
rid
motive?
of a Detti? To force a confrontation with your wife? Either seems entirely plausible.
To you, perhaps. But how would I even know when to do the deed, huh?
The window of opportunity. That's either his schedule. The safe, the safe. Enter the office at 10:15 via the back door. The timeline? Window of opportunity?
You planned this.
Hey.
Billy's time of work was changed, you met with detectives, you planned when it would happen to the minute.
Indeed. How very convenient. Except the detective was my client, and I moved Billy's shift because I was worried about Augusta.
But it gave the happy ding.
Young man, if your mind were applied to something useful, you could truly be something.
The game is over.
The game is over, Mr. Capello, and today, you lost.
You may think so, but just wait until my lawyer arrives. The police might see things differently.
I am the police.
Perhaps, but the truth is the truth. My work here is done. Good day, sir.
I don't get your decision. We did all that work, and in the end, nothing about this case changed.
John disliked that. You don't agree with the decision, trust Basilio? Didn't seem a jealous man, or one to keep on killing over it. Well, now I want to see then. I want to see what changes if I go back. Because the compelling thing for me was that he knew the code, and the code changed that day of the murder. So somebody had to know what the code would be. I don't know. Hold on, my brain's exploding. But I had the manual save if I'm satisfied with my own conclusion. But the conclusion that one is led to does basically mean nothing has changed. And maybe that's simply how it has to be. Maybe sorry to John's boredom, but it could be the cops had it right. But going from a, what is it, Watsonian or Doyleist? I don't remember the distinction. But looking at it mechanically, you would think that after you get all the information, you make a different outcome than what you started with. Wait, this is the, City Hall. Why am I at City Hall? The autosave was before the key evidence was collected? Oh no.
Treasure maps from the governor.
Shut up.
Find 8 and come back for more.
The autosave is really that far back? That I can't believe. Come on, man. Okay. This road will take me there. Time is it? 4:40? This better be worth it. I have the manual save. There's not too many things to do, just look at the safe and all that. Get the code information. See, look at this. It does want to pop up. Did I already see it?
Is this... Oh, okay.
Okay, that's it. That's the last piece of evidence. I had to talk to the guy. The autosave was before the last piece of evidence, not after. Rude choice. Then talk to the wife as much as we can. Then talk to what's-his-face as much as we can. And then JQ's. What's he even from? Where did I pick up JQ's from? I can only JQ's.
Oh, what a long day.
Is this not as interesting? Were you...
Okay. Let's see how we could accuse a wife. I did think it was suspicious, right? That the note said to come down exactly after the wife went downstairs.
It is a shame it has come to this, but it is patently obvious that you are responsible for Niccolo Detti's death.
How dare you? I wouldn't want him to.
I see you need some persuasion. I know that Niccolo Detti went to the office to meet you.
So I did wonder, right? I mused on the possibility that maybe she's under the employ of the Dottius, and this is her helping them ruin the Capellis? The window of opportunity. What are we asking about? Window of opportunity first. Timeline of death? Is that the window of opportunity?
It was a midnight tryst. Niccolo would visit the office once Basilio left, but this time he returned. So you hid Niccolo in the safe. A foolish move.
Wait.
I didn't know the code had changed. It was the only choice. I
So it
couldn't
is
let him be found.
accidental?
I loved him.
It was my
Really?
original
You
guess
could
that it's
have saved his
accidental.
life by simply speaking with your husband, but you sought to free him another way.
So it was an accidental death from the start. See, here I thought, with all the shadiness going on, that my original hypothesis that this was an accidental death went out the window. Instead, you accidentally locked your lover in the safe, but the code was changed, so you couldn't just let him out this time, and so you sent a discreet note like 2 hours later.
To free Mr. Detti, you hired Felicia Sevigny, a
So
petty
it
burglar,
was
to crack the
accidental.
safe.
She
and
closed the
as
door,
a
but it's all
result,
accidental.
You killed your lover.
It's because the combination had changed. It's not my fault.
You are splitting hairs, Mrs. Capello. The fact remains you chose to risk Niccolo's life rather than call your husband. And I know why.
Because of the letter, the motive, you want to avoid all that?
You were afraid how it would affect the reputation of the Capellos.
So I was
and
right
you
the first
feared
time,
what
and then
your
overthought it.
husband would do as a consequence.
He's
They
a
just gave me
good
so much
man, but
evidence that pointed to murder.
He cares about his business, about the family. It would have destroyed him.
And now he's
Why'd you
accused of
make him look
murder,
so
Mrs.
sneaky,
Capello.
Mrs. Capello?
How considerate of you.
Mio Dio, how did this all happen?
You can fix this. This is an accidental death. This isn't, it's not like the previous crime where she was able to sneak out of the house and do whatever she wanted, and she chose to sneak out of the house and murder instead of sneaking out of the house and escaping. So this is all negligence. This is a tragedy.
Mrs. Capello, there is a way out of this mess. When the inspector arrives, tell him very little, insist you were with your husband and that he is innocent. But afterwards, you must tell Basilio about Niccolo. You wronged your husband. He deserves the truth.
Perhaps. Yes, I believe you are right. Please give me some time to prepare myself.
And she folded so easily, too.
Goodbye, madam.
See, I
behind you
knew
this
it.
one. Some people deserve a second chance.
I knew it was accidental from the start, and I knew that Capello wouldn't have willingly upset his family's reputation by falling for something so easily as to attack Niccolo? But then things all messed up. See, the letter's the weirdest thing. That letter was way shady. The letter to the burglar? That fell perfectly in place for a methodical murder schedule thing. The only weird thing that stuck out is that they would have to known exactly what time she goes downstairs, which was the only weird thing that didn't mesh with it. You all heard that. But oh well, done is done. We got the outcome. It was the original hypothesis. It just confused me. See, it's not just John being unhappy. I was also confused by the outcome and
This might
accusing
be a news.
the
Take
husband.
a look. Maybe something will catch your eye.
He was adamant. He was lowering up. Well, I got my taxidermy creature. Could get the preserved offcuts.
I hope you like what you bought.
What other types of stores do we have? Clothing trader and things have nothing, but there is the Oriental market, furniture trader, and luxury. Oriental furniture and luxury goods. Have new cool stuff for me. Ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-da-dun-dun. Ba-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Alright, I don't have to be a cop anymore. Ace retired. John's diary. Mrs. Capella was guilty, but she didn't think of the bow. See, that's the difference, right? This wasn't premeditated murder. And yeah, there are cases where there's an abused person who takes to the gun and has to flee, and you know what? That happens.
Don't miss out on my unique...
Come.
Marhaba. It's a good day for a purchase.
The German aristocrats wasn't quite that. Ritual dagger.
Don't...
Ritual dagger, what do they have here in the luxury? I might buy the dagger, because one, it's a thing to do in the game, and two, this is 19th century Sholmes, so he's all about collecting the loot of the world. That is the academic thing to do.
Extra, extra! Copello walks free!
Okay, let's see what it
Interested
is.
in some Cordona news?
Look at the news.
Check the front page.
Copello walks free. Basilio Copello was released today after a quick and decisive court hearing in the matter of Niccolo Detti's murder. The victim was recently found dead, stuffed in a safe at the office of Farmer Copello, which seemed problematic for the accused, and yet supported by the family lawyer, and with a compelling alibi provided by his wife Augusta, the prosecution's case against Mr. Copello quickly fell apart. The court system here in Cordona is so quick. This just happened like 15 minutes ago, and they've already sorted out the entire court case. They got the news printed. The husband and wife were seen leaving the court hand in hand, clearly delighted at the result. Citizens of Cordona should also breathe a sigh of relief, with the item spared potential retaliation for the Dettis.
Won't regret it.
While there is lots of room for ambiguity in this game, I think there are intended good and bad outcomes. Like, that sounded very good, right? The family was happy. The island was spared a vendetta.
We have a large assortment and pleasant prices.
Oh, the kids are doing his magic.
Come. I'll read your past and future for a mangy.
That's so cute.
My goods will brighten up your house.
And we just got this, a dressing table.
You always
In
know.
that case, I'll buy the Mayan dagger. No point being a cop, I just said that. Go back to classic shows. Maybe might keep the really nice makeup. It's dashing, but he's already pretty. We'll just keep him with the deathly Matt Smith pallor. You know, that's the thing about Matt Smith, right? Everything read about the other Dr. Hero is supposed to say, like, this is a younger doctor. This is a hip young doctor.
Marhaba. It's a good
But-
day for a purchase.
Was he young? Because to me, he looks so old. Instead of like a hip young doctor, he always looked like
May your purchase bring you joy.
an old man pretending or trying to be hip for his younger girlfriend and failing miserably. That's what I saw. But okay, we solved the case. We solved the case, overthought it, was dissatisfied, went back, solved the case for real, and it was the initial assumption. Got to buy my furniture with my hard-earned bucks. And 17
Nice
bucks left
affordable
over.
clothes.
Oriental
Step
rugs
right.
at a
Let's
good
pick
price.
something that suits you.
Is there anything I should buy? All the good stuff's so expensive. I should save more money. This Shivanka, traditional Ukrainian outfit from Frogwares with Love. From Frogwares with Love, but I gotta pay so much for it.
Don't leave. Take one more look.
Okay. I guess that means I'm done for the day. I'll give it a save. A good old manual save, but this game does a thing. It does a thing that We Happy Few did, where... Check this right. 16:53:53, but if I go to main menu... No autosave for after? I thought there was. When I went out a previous day. I thought I saw an autosave that populates after the manual save, because I exited. Maybe it's for quitting, I don't know. Doesn't matter. I was gonna say it doesn't matter anyway, because unlike We Happy Few, it gives you ample autosaves and checkpoints. We Happy Few, I think, was confused on the matter, because it wanted to be both a story game and a survival game. And the way the autosave works is fantastic for survival to make sure you don't cheat it. Even though you could just enter combat, then quit, because you can't save during combat. But a pain for the story mode. But this isn't We Happy Few. They both have their ups and downs, and so does this. I think I'm coming to terms with the combat, but the combat is still surgery, and it's 19th century surgery. And thankfully, 19th century surgery comes with lots and lots of reloading, but that's gonna be it for today, I'm afraid. So I'm gonna call it there. But with luck, I saw in the corner of my eye that Zoku had just come online while we were busy solving that final case. So it is plainly obvious who we are going to raid next. Or host. Apparently, this game doesn't do the numbers that Xianxia games do. Oh my Kazan too, what's he playing? Best Mario all stages? To watch Macabre play Mario, or Zoku doing what appears to be an endless runner in the vein of Alto. Oh, this is Gris. That's not an endless runner then. Let's go watch Gris. Alright. Raid to the Zoku Bond. So thanks for hanging. I'm having fun with this. So, you know, we'll keep this up tomorrow. Maybe get more plot stuff in, since running short on side cases, so we have to go see Vogel. Anyway, thanks for hanging. Take care of yourself. See you guys tomorrow. Just enough time in the night to walk a cat, so might do that, except my shirt is stolen. So see you guys tomorrow. Take care.